Let us get started. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference on behalf of ECR Group, European Conservatives and Reformists. The name speaks for itself. The name which really covers really the essence of what we stand for. That is, we are in favor of reforming the European Union, but we're also in favor of continuity and the particular role of national identities and national traditions. Today's conference is a series of several events which we have been organizing because the moment today's Europe, today's EU is in a state which might bring substantial changes in the decades to come. As you know, the ruling forces in Europe are preparing a great federalist leap forward. And because of that, some counteraction should be launched. And this conference and several others is, I believe, a part of this counteraction. This great leap forward did not come out of the blue. Whoever was watching the developments within the European Union could see these tendencies coming. Now, just to open the conference, let me make one general point. And my point is the following. On the basis of political theory, political history, as well as experience that we have managed to accumulate throughout centuries, we know more or less what a good political order should be like. And the European Union is exactly the antithesis of what we know about a good political order. So that's my point. I think we can enumerate the ruling principles of a good political order, of a good nation state, or in fact any political order. First, stability, right? Political order should be stable. Second, should be accountable to the electorate. Accountability is of utmost importance. Then the power should be divided and the branches of power should be separated. Fourth, we should have a possibility of a democratic pendulum, which means that the system is based on the division between the government and the opposition, which presupposes the political equality of major actors. Then, whatever the number, checks and balances, or something that is rendered by the well-known Latin phrase or Latin question, quis custodiet ipsot custodes, who will guard the guardians? So the guardians should be somehow guarded too and controlled. And the next point, transparency of the decision-making process. Then no ideological monopoly, and finally, respect for the tradition and for the complexity of social fabric. Now, if you look at the European Union, we can see that what has been happening there is exactly the opposite. That is no stability. The idea of ever closer union, the moment Lisbon Treaty was signed and ratified, immediately there came opinions and demands were articulated going beyond Lisbon, right? There's always ever closer union, right? All the principles and rules and regulations are considered provisional and temporary, and they can be circumvented, they can be violated, so long as they push forward towards greater integration. No accountability whatsoever. I mean, if you look at the European Commission, is not accountable to anyone. European Parliament is not accountable either. I mean, usually the example which I give is that we, the Poles, we have about 50 MEPs, which leaves about 650 MEPs who are absolutely not accountable to the Polish electorate, and they make decisions about the Polish society. So they can do whatever they want because they are not responsible, and they will not held responsible by the electorates. Power is not divided. If you look at the European Commission, is it executive? Is it legislative? Or is it sort of judiciary or quasi-judiciary? It's all of these. The same political constellation holds power or has held power for decades. The guardians are not controlled. I mean, the commissioners can do whatever they want. They are not controlled by anything and anyone. No one knows who makes the decision. The most obscure decision-making system, as you can imagine. And of course, inequality of political actors, inequality of member states. Some are equal, some are more equal than others, and ideological monopoly, which has become more and more stifling. And finally, the European Union has embarked on gigantic social engineering to create a new European society with a new morality, new modes of conduct. So when we look at the European Union, it seems, at least it seems to me, that we have thrown all our political wisdom overboard. This is a construction that has been built without any regard to what we know about politics and how to create political institutions. So it has serious structural defects. It's not that there were some deviations, the deformities. No, there are serious structural defects. So if the current trends continue, we are in trouble. We, I mean, people living in Europe, nations, communities, everybody who cherishes European tradition and is attached to his own national identity. So I'm saying all this in order to emphasize the importance of what we will be discussing and the enormity of the problem we are confronted with. So, without further ado, that's all for what I have to say. In my opening remarks, without further ado, let us proceed to the first panel, and let me ask pan redaktor Jacek Karnowski. Bardzo proszę.
Panie profesorze, bardzo dziękuję.
Professor, thank you very much. My name is Jacek Karnowski, and this is my honor and a pleasure to moderate the first panel during the conference on how to reform the European Union for the future of Europe. Let me invite our panelists, Professor David Engels from the Free University of Brussels, Western University. Professor, please join us on stage. We also have Max Erwan-Gastineau, a journalist representing Le Figaro.
Jest z nami poprzez łącza.
And online we have Professor Renato Cristin, a philosopher representing the University of Trento.
Zajmę miejsce. założenie jest takie, że tutaj mówimy po polsku. Kto może,
We decided to speak Polish whenever is possible, and simultaneous interpretation is provided into other languages of the conference.
Jak właściwie zdefiniować wspólne
So
wartości
the title of our panel is how to define common European values and how these values should actually be defined in the treaties. So we are touching upon the philosophical and spiritual foundations, the most important fundamental issues. The European civilization is based on the ancient Greek, Roman tradition, on Judaism, on Christianity, everything that established the Latin Christian tradition became then the basis for our common experience here in Europe with the Middle Ages, the Renaissance. All through the centuries, these are the roots of our identity. However, this is being questioned more and more often. Professor Legutko mentioned this in his opening remarks. And let me quote Professor Agnieszka Kołakowska in her paper on European civilization. She wrote, "This is our heritage. However, we do not have the right to defend it. We do not even have the right to speak about it." So this is something no one seems to know about Europe anymore. What Europe of today is and what it is not, well, first of all, it is not the European Union. When we speak about Europe, this has nothing to do with the European Union's vision. The Europe of Merkel and Macron is a geographical entity with no tradition, no culture, no history, and no values. According to them, these values, tradition and history should be established now so that they are in harmony with other cultures, traditions and histories. This project is doomed from the very beginning. Thus, it requires for us to strike out our tradition, history, our achievements so far. Intellectuals from around Europe, including Professor Legutko, published the Declaration of Paris some years ago. There, they called for reconsidering the face of Europe, saying that Europe today is in danger. Sovereignty and resistance against empires, resistance against cosmopolitan trends. We should also defend dignity in life and the right to engage with our classical heritage, as we are losing all this, and by the same token we are losing our home. These are the foundations of conservative thought. European Union, however, is making a list of its own values. When we look into the Treaty of Lisbon in its Article 2, we shall find a list of values: human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality. These are the most important values, alongside with the rule of law. This is what treaties define, and we could ask ourselves, are these values or are these norms, standards, practices, can this list be called a list of values? And there is also more space for us to move into when we debate. Sometimes we speak about the center and the more remote parts of the European Union. Here in Poland, we feel that based on our experience of the 20th century and even earlier centuries, we have our own set of values. And these values are probably not that very different. However, our history shows that we have to resist. We could see this very clearly some weeks ago during the migration crisis on the border of Poland. The tendency of the Western media was to focus more on the faith of migrants. However, here in Poland, we were focusing more on the security of our borders and on those who were defending the border. So, gentlemen, would you be so kind as to speak about these values? Each of our panelists has approximately 7 to 8 minutes, and then we will have another round. Professor David Engels as first.
So, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, zunächst einmal ganz herzlichen
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I'm very excited that I can present my position on those vital issues, and I do hope that I'll be able to provide answers. Europe is in deep crisis. We are confronting various challenges: globalization, mass migration, disintegration of the family, council culture. We have hit demographic lows. We are struggling with deindustrialization, polarization of the society, debts, hybrid war, Islamization, fundamentalism. We have dilapidated infrastructure, terrorism, hedonism. We have the aging society. We have this LGBTQ madness and the ever-growing problems with red tape, with gender policy. I do apologize that the list is so long, but if we realize how many problems we encounter, only then we can stop and think about solutions. And this crisis is not something that came from the outside. We have created it. Founding fathers of the European Union, like Robert Schuman, have stated that the EU cannot be only a technocratic union. We need to embrace our roots and joint identity. Otherwise, we will not survive in such challenging times. We need joint identity to speak of solidarity, but this identity goes well beyond human rights, to embrace everything that connects and brings us together in Europe. Our cultural, historical roots. Without it, without such common identity, the Union will collapse into nation states that will be dominated by China or the US. Or perhaps we will have bureaucratic centralism. Of course, we've got people who are in favor of the EU in the present shape, and they argue that the conservative approach should be condemned because they force them to revisit conservative values, and hence they tie it with right-wing ideology and wars. This is why they stress this is unacceptable, but we need to realize that this is the new spirit that we witness in the EU, led by Visegrad countries. And it's not coincidence that Poland has seen the rise of the concept of the new constitution of the EU, and a group led by Zdzisław Krasnodębski is championing the concept of a new preamble for the constitution, Federation of European States. So the goal of this preamble is to capture conservative values that should be clearly and transparently expressed, to eliminate old mistakes embedded by Valéry Giscard d'Estaing in the Constitution. And it's honor and privilege for me, because this preamble will be issued finally, and we will be able to have in black and white a continuity of this concept. Hesperialism concept is very simple. It's high time to remind ourselves which values determined the position of the West, and we need to do that if we want to escape the worst case scenario. If you want to stop migration, we have to revisit natural laws and conservative models of the economy. We need the principles of subsidiarity to be put in place. These are pillars of the new Europe driven by Hesperialism. If we want to survive in the 21st century as a European civilization, we need to embrace traditional values that have been shaping the old continent since the Middle Ages. We have to curb Brussels centralism. We need to build bridges between nations of Europe in key areas such as protection of borders, research, combating crime, building infrastructure, defending strategic resources and legal standards. This is best showcased not by the US or Germany. The best model has been embraced by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or the Holy Roman Empire. Do we need a constitution for the EU? Because the recent attempt at adopting a constitution ended up in a failure. Meanwhile, conservative forces are advocating dismantling of bureaucratic red tape in Brussels, and they add, we don't need the constitution. And this is not a resistance that we see against unification of Europe, but a specific format of this unification that we see right now. So new constitution may take European unification to a whole new level and defend this concept against left-wing influence. We want to have Europe which is patriotic and proud and defends its identity. We want to have Europe which is respecting diversity of European nations, but is not focusing on multiculturalism. We are combating polarizing societies. We are living and breathing our values. We are not giving power to international organization. Europe, which is defending the continent on the international arena instead of selling it. So we need to reclaim such Europe and oppose today's elite. It may be done in the spirit of patriotism, conservatism, and this is our objective. We have made an initial foray, and hopefully we will start rewriting the history of Europe today.
Dziękuję, panie profesorze, przede wszystkim za ten duch optymizmu, bo to jest rzeczywiście...
Well, I have to admit, this is very valuable. There are many conservative initiatives. Things are not that bad. We need to focus on the question, what should we do? Which drives activities of our community, and it's priceless because this is exactly what we need. We need to reclaim Europe. It's an ambitious goal, and our region breeds hope. Well, the sheer fact that Poland has managed to endure the migration crisis, we have demonstrated to the world at large that our border can be defended. Probably the anxiety we have created boils down to the fact that so many people have realized that you can win this battle. Right now, Max Gastino, I do apologize, perhaps we'll ask our guests in the studio first to speak up for technical reasons. So the floor is yours. Can you present your statement on this issue?
Bien. Bonjour à tous. Je suis très heureux d'être.
Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be here with you today. In the capital of Poland, such a brave country that is so often being accused of different things. And I would like to begin by thanking the interpreters, as their support makes us possible to live in diversity. So interpretation and translation is the true lingua franca of Europe, because it makes it possible for us to speak our own mother tongues. In my case, this is French. So before I pose the question of how we define European values, we should think what are values and what are the values that European Union wishes to defend. Sometimes they are presented as something that goes against the resisting countries. Yes, you did mention that the values are listed in the Article 2 of the Lisbon Treaty. Dignity, freedom of a human being. We all agree to that. No one is against human rights and human dignity. But in reality, there is a struggle going on around these values, as between different countries, between different political groups, there is a political and cultural fight underway, because someone is to decide what values will define us for the future. In the European Treaty, we have a general mention of the values, and who is to define them in more detail? We find out that this is the European Commission in Brussels, and then we see that European Commission mistakes European values for liberal values. Of course, liberal values are a part of a European heritage. However, there are also other currents, other thoughts in Europe. So why European Commission is mistaking European values, confusing them with liberal values, because they protect individual rights and minority rights, minorities represented by NGOs and different non-governmental organizations, associations, and so on. However, human dignity is not only defined by defending minorities, it also has to do with customs, traditions, and here conservative thought is a philosophy which is expressed by attachment to our community, and it makes it possible for communities to be created and to remain in existence over time. So the European Commission and its actions create a situation where conservative values are an obstacle. In the past, we had a commissioner for European style of life, and then European Commission was accused by Renew and other left-wing groups
conviendrait d'opposer
of trying to follow the radicalists and the
a alors rappelé qu'il ne s'agissait absolument pas de défendre
right-wing parties.
mais de défendre
Ursula von der Leyen then said that this is not about defending European identity, but the great values listed in the Article 2 of the treaty, and that is rights of minorities. And she then mentioned LGBT. So it seems that European families are an obstacle to realizing a European way of life. This is subject to a debate in France, and there is also a commission responsible for equal treatment, and she published instructions instructing people not to use words such as Christmas or not to use names such as Mary because they are too close to Christianity. So we have this attempt to deconstruct European values, focusing only on individuals and minorities. So we should ask ourselves a question. What about Christian values, which should have been part of the preamble to the European Constitution of 2005. Now we only hear about things that discriminate minorities, and then when we read opinions about Hungarian constitution from the judge of the European Court, as the Hungarian constitution calls upon Christian values, and there the judge says that potentially this could lead to discriminating against minorities. So all the time we hear about minorities. However, there is something that hides behind this protection of minorities. There is a greater project. It requires first, for a vacuum to be created in Europe, for Europe to become a space devoid of values. So this should be a continent with no customs, with no tradition, with no history, with no content. We should try to avoid this project being implemented. And this requires a number of values. Let me just give you an example of few. First of all, we should read the treaties very carefully. And we should keep reminding those who propose the deconstruction of Europe that the treaty does not mean dissolving of nations. In Article 4, we have the principle which speaks about protecting national identities. So already in the treaty, we have something that should protect us. And Article 3 should be written anew because it speaks about an ever closer union between the nations of Europe. Sorry, Article 1. So in this article, we already have a presumption that we will have this ever closer union. And in my case, it would be useful to propose a new wording of Article 1. So instead of speaking of an ever closer union, we should speak about a close union where nations and state, in cooperation with union institutions, shape different forms of expression. That was part of my article in Le Figaro. And let me finish by saying that in order to save Europe from the doom of nihilism, we should change our approach towards the European Court of Justice. This court grants itself the right to interpret and reinterpret the treaties. And let me give you just one ruling, the Rees ruling from 1986, where the judge grants himself the right
comme s'il revenait au juge
judge on the change of habits and mentality. So there seems to be
Enfin,
a
pour
situation where not a nation, not a community, but a
justement,
judge
réformer la Cour
decides
européenne des droits de
upon
l'homme,
such
je crois qu'il
things.
pourrait être intéressant
So in order
de se rappeler ce que disait
to reform the European Court of Human Rights,
espagnol,
we should remember the words of José Ortega y Gasset.
premier des droits de l'homme,
In
le droit à la
in
continuité.
83, he wrote a text where he reminds us that the right to continuity is a fundamental right
Les révolutions, disait-il, dans leur
of
acte,
humankind. And let me finish with a quote. He said that
ont
revolutions
toujours violé
that proclamate new rights while hurrying out to change the world always violate fundamental human rights.
à la continuité. La continuité est un droit de
And they
l'homme.
violate the
Elle est
right
un
to
hommage
continuity. Right to
de la
continuity
bête.
is the right to being human. It makes us different from animals. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Well, thank you very much. It has been neatly said, the right to continuity. And those fragments that I've read at the beginning, the right to roots, the right to your past, when you've said that languages are the beauty of Europe, I remembered what the Polish Pope has said, who highlighted many times that each European nation is a treasure, that everyone makes a contribution to this great treasure trove. And we have reached a stage right now where many nations feel uncomfortable. They have a sense of tension, anxiety. They entered a community and they feel, as part of this community, suppressed. When we hear about European Union treaties in Poland, especially recently, we can have bitter afterthoughts. It seems that Poland is the testing field for European institutions, whether it's possible to seize even more power. We believe that treaties are bluntly violated, that it's violence later legalized by the EU justice system, which never stands on the side of the weaker. So it's an interesting chapter in the Polish history, the ruling of the Polish Constitutional Tribunal, which identify limits of the EU law, especially those which are not subject to treaties, have made Europe realize that an important dispute is taking place right now. Renato Cristina from Trento, please present your insights on topics we are currently discussing. Mr. Professor, the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank Professor Krasnodębski and Professor Ryszard Legutko and the entire group of European conservatives and reformists for bringing this meeting together. Values will probably witness the biggest battle for the future of the European Union and the Europe itself. I think that today reflection on spiritual values is particularly important because Europe is now torn by political chaos, psychological, humanitarian chaos, which is first of all triggered by the epidemic of the Chinese virus, and secondly by decisions, restrictions imposed by bureaucracy on European society to confront them. And the European Commission has been very cautious. It did not want to infringe personal freedoms, but because formalism superseded freedom, values and principles have been deformed and reduced to what is functional, regardless of their context. Of course, I don't have time to dwell into it in more detail. We have the pandemic crisis, which is a very hot topic, but the attack launched on European values, which continues for many years, because the political correctness is rife. So a combination of ideology and red tape in different states is now taking lead in the health crisis. Because we have radical progressivism, which is defeating values. Politics is moving back, is shined aside, and science itself is being manipulated. It's used as an instrument by techno-bureaucrats. And because we are confused, because truth is falsified very often, we need to reclaim our values and our identity. We need to reclaim our spiritual identity. So values need to be conceptualized, and we also need to express them in practical terms so they can be applied day to day. Foundations of the EU must respond to needs of people it is serving. It's a historical concept. It's a collection, it's a set of ideas and values. We see that some efforts have been taken by founding fathers of Europe. They tried to form a list of values, but what is missing on this list is a vital historical assumption that should serve as our point of reference, Jewish-Christian roots. There was a violent debate featuring Pope John Paul II, because the European spiritual and religious tradition is vital not only for EU institutions, but also for the survival of the entire European civilization. But the majority at the European Parliament and the Council of Europe opted for political correctness and not historical truth, the truth of traditions. And things went awry. As a result, many today's mistakes we are now committing in relation to values are rooted in those developments. We are now facing a vacuum, like a hole in the dam, through which water is leaking and flooding everything around it. So values need to be practiced in real life. Where can we test it? I think the current border crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border, which is not only triggered by Russia, but it shows all tensions which are rising across Europe. Tensions between Poland, China, Russia and Europe. Progressivists believe Poland is violating human rights because it does not enable Poland to enter its territory. Those migrants were brought to the border by Belarus. Poland is defending its borders, and Poles is defending the entire Europe. The political and media establishment is telling everyone that there is a power struggle on the Polish-Belarusian border. And migrants are being weaponized. It's true that on the border, where there are many adults sent by many different organizations, including terrorist organizations, and it's true that there are innocent women, that there are children out there, but they are victims, they are being weaponized, used for very different purposes than humanitarian purposes by aggressors. So Poland is also a victim of the border crisis. And we need to say out loud that on the other side of the border there is the Polish nation, which is at risk by the migration crisis, which cannot be underestimated. Europe is being hesitant. Progressivists are putting Poland at the receiving end of criticism. But it's also a condemnation of immigrationism. Poland is wedged between the rock and the hard place. And in fact, we should identify what is at stake. Well, the crisis on the border will redefine the future shape of the EU. Poland has a geographical location which determines a European border with the Russian Federation. We need to keep in mind that Russian history is emotionally loaded, just to mention Katyn. Meanwhile, Europe has an ally in the US. Poland is a major partner of the North Atlantic Pact. And most people in Europe do not want to change the status quo. For historical, political, military reasons, a country with such a vibrant religious identity and traditions denies and is curbing Russian plans to go further into Europe. And it does not also want to yield in to the EU and diminish its national identity. And what would serve us better in such circumstances? Migrants are being weaponized. And many people are witnessing the migrant drama as it continues on the external border of Poland or Spanish or Italian borders. And few people realize that similar dramas may be faced by European nations that will have to cover the cost of burden of future migration, because many people who will arrive in Europe will not be able to cope on their own. And perhaps in the future we won't be talking about the drama of individuals but whole nations. So the Polish government is right now taking on a responsibility every accountable government should take on. It is protecting its borders, it is protecting its citizens against social imbalance, which is triggered, and we know it from history, by uncontrolled migration. And this seemingly tough policy is making a contribution to protection of European values. Okay, so this is everything I wanted to present in the first round. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie profesorze.
Thank you very
Niezwykle
much,
interesująca
Professor.
wypowiedź. Rzeczywiście o
These
pandemii
have been very interesting
mówiliśmy
remarks
dotychczas.
indeed.
Pan
We have
nawiązał.
not mentioned the
To jest
pandemic
zagadka,
before,
co się
and
z
you
tego wyłoni.
referred to it. It is a
Są głosy,
question
że skutki pandemii będą
what
takie jak
will
skutki
be
wojny.
the consequences of this
społecznym,
pandemic.
w
Some
sensie
people
zmian,
say that in
w sensie przyspieszenia
the
pewnych procesów,
sense of
uruchomienia nowych.
change,
Być może też trzeba w tym widzieć
social
pewną
impact,
szansę.
these consequences may be
kryzys
similar to consequences
migracyjny
of a
jest
war.
tematem
Well, we
bardzo
shall
ważnym i
wait and see. The
arcyciekawym.
question of the migration crisis is also a very interesting one and a very important one. And our experience
dla nas po pierwsze
from history for both Poles and Hungarians plays an important role. This possibility of losing our sovereignty, our independence is more tangible to us because it has happened in the past. We are also able to detect falsehood more easily in 2015, as well as now, we could see that this is an operation which has a certain media package, but although it is being represented as other people's misfortune, we can see through this. There are billions of people worldwide who may wish to move into Europe, and if we start to transport them by air, we will flood Europe. And if we do not put a stop to such an attack, if we do not defend ourselves successfully, we will have a disaster. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another 20 minutes, so we shall have another round. Professor Engels, let me start with you. You said that the European Union will always disintegrate if it follows the current path, or it will become a centralistic state. Democratic centralistic state. So there is the question of the sustainability of the system that is being built right now. Mr. Wilstein said that the West is not recreating its values, its tradition, its roots. It's simply consuming the ones that already exist. So the question is whether the conservatives, those who see how absurd this new construct is,
nie jest tak, że czy my w zbyt małym stopniu nie doceniamy takiej złej ludzkiej elastyczności.
Appreciating in full this negative flexibility or adaptability. We have to remember from history that different societies lived in different systems and they were always able to adapt. So sometimes we are just waiting in hope for people to resist, but it may never happen.
Ja, das ist natürlich eine sehr komplexe
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, this is a very complex question.
Der Geschichte rekurriert. Natürlich ist es so, dass der Mensch unglaublich flexibel ist und
it goes back to our roots in Europe. People are flexible and adaptable, and they are able to live through different crises, the fall of the Roman Empire, totalitarian regimes, the First World War, the Second World War. History seems to go on despite these disasters. So in the future we will have families, we will have various organizations and traditions. Some of them will be new and life will go on. However, we should not disregard this adaptability of mankind in both the positive and the negative sense. In the positive sense, we may say that we will survive and live to see a change in the current trend, but the negative aspect of flexibility and adaptability is that maybe people will be opportunistic and will simply adapt to the current trends. If so, our opponents will be very happy. Very few people right now are willing to fight for their values, their ideals, to go onto barricades. Nietzsche already mentioned this post-history, focusing on individuals instead of common values is very dangerous. We should also take into consideration the fact that some of the things that happen here, not just on the level of the European Union, but also on the level of member states, of nation states, are moving towards ultra-liberal, leftist, universalistic values and political correctness. This is very wrong indeed, because if we look at the more metaphysical aspect of the current struggle, the political forces that act in many different fields,
der christlichen Religion, die systematisch betrieben
that
wird,
in the past were considered metaphysically wrong, starting from destroying Christianity, also by institutions, destroying the notion of a traditional family, also making abortion and euthanasia acceptable, also making transhumanism acceptable, cutting people off from the roots, from the history, from the intergenerational links. Those were the things that were considered good and positive for many centuries as part of Christian values, and now all these things are considered wrong. So it is not just a struggle between the right and the left wing. It is becoming more fundamental. It is a sign of danger, but in this we can also see some hope. We realize that evil will finally become or evolve into being an absurd notion. So it will fall. However, it may prevail, but for a very short time only. What does this mean for us? In long-term perspective, we shall prevail over evil. But this fight is more difficult and maybe longer than we presume. It is also an obligation for us to take a stance, to take part in this economic and cultural struggle, as we have no other choice. We have to resist these forces as much as we can. Well, thank you very much. Yes, we have to resist and we should never give up. And now to Mr. Gastineau. My question pertains to the situation in France. When we speak about the change and a potential for change, initiatives such as this one and other events and conferences organized by ECR intellectuals, they are all very important as they serve as a platform for building a language, for presenting ideas and concepts. However, what we need is a political change in different countries. Here in Poland, we speak about possibilities of a political change taking place in Italy and in Spain. Sometimes we speak about France, although this is less likely. Marxists would say, is the clash of the classes already strong enough? Are we already at a point in time where we can speak about a hope for change in one of the most important European countries?
Oui. Je crois qu'en effet, en France, aujourd'hui, il existe un grand nombre de tensions
Yes, as for France, there are a lot of tensions, be it social or cultural, and we see them in many different Western European countries. There is this tension between urbanized big cities and more rural areas. There is also the tension between the elites and the masses. And in 2018, a very strong social movement of the Yellow Vests emerged in France. And when we looked at the demands presented by the participants of this movement, we did see amongst the demands a request for the political elites to remember that they are an emanation of the will of the people. So the Yellow Vests demanded for the nation to be able to decide again about its faith. Many French flags were also brought to demonstrations in different parts of the country, including the most rural areas. In France, we have this political tradition where we speak about unity and the strength that stems out from the nation. It means that state has to take on an important role, protecting and nurturing the nation, also during the process of globalization. And if we have about this, when we speak about these protective states and such an ambition, in France, we spoke a lot about the ruling of the Polish Constitutional Court, which said that the Polish constitution prevails over the European laws. And many people from both right and left spectrum of the political scene were defending Poland. Poland was defended rather than attacked in France because the French concept is very similar. We want to protect ourselves from the decisions of the judges of the European courts. So we want the legislators to be the only one who have the legislative power, and supranational courts should not take on the legislative role. And in particular, they should have no influence on national legislation. And when we look at the social and political situation in France, taking the Yellow Vests movement into consideration and tensions that are also a result of mass migration. So this aspiration to return to sovereignty, to create a strong state in France will be visible in electoral results. So if France defends its cultural traditions, sovereignty, its policies, and if politicians that defend such values are elected, we will have a new political power in Europe, and there states and nations of Central and Eastern Europe will have a role to play. And I believe in alliance between Paris and the capitals of Central and Eastern Europe, because we can counterbalance the European structures, protecting the diversity, sovereignty, cultural identity, and the right of national parliaments to be legislators in their countries. Thank you.
Oczywiście napięcia społeczne pojawiają się często.
Well, social tensions arise quite often, but we need to have them translated into reinforcement of counter-elites or another political agenda, because those political players who are not, who are fit, are able to face political challenges. And about an alliance in Poland, we have a sense that this part of Europe was, contrary to interwar period traditions, was given under the auspices of Berlin. So the passive attitude of France makes me wonder. And lastly, Professor Christine, you have mentioned that we have opted for political correctness instead of Judeo-Christian tradition. Professor Engels mentioned continuity before the... No, sorry. You have mentioned the right to continuity. Do you believe that Europe, nations of Europe, have reached a point where continuity has been interrupted? Is it possible to embrace the past and creatively tap into our heritage like we did over the past centuries? Mr. Professor.
Sì, io credo che la continuità abbia
Well, yes,
subito una
it seems to
frattura, la
me
quale
that
però non
continuity
è
has been
inconponibile, è una
interrupted.
frattura che può essere davvero composta. E credo
But
che
it
il
has
lavoro
not
sia quello
been
sul terreno
disrupted
politico e su quello,
to
diciamo così, culturale e
prevent
spirituale, cioè sul terreno dei
embracing it again,
sul terreno
also in
politico, per
terms of
tornare al
values.
punto che considero, diciamo,
Politics-wise, I would like to address something what I believe is genetically essential in this regard. There is no mention of Judeo-Christian roots in the Treaty of 2004. It seems to me that would be a perfect opportunity, for instance, for the ECR to make a reference to those roots, which underpin the Western identity more than anything else. Today, more than ever, we need a political and moral flag. We need to embed it and make it a regular fixture in the political debate. We need to have a joint identity that would bring together very different political forces. For example, other parties, I'm sure, socialists would not join us because they would probably require much more compromise that we are able to offer. But the European People's Party could become our ally, and we could win this political battle only when persistently and with determination we are going to engage in this debate our central values. Because political correctness, progressivists will be always putting pressure on us. Let me go back to the example I've quoted recently. The European Commission has appointed the Union of Equity. It's an attempt which was withdrawn immediately, but the threat is looming large because the mentality that underpins these guidelines is not only active but is also dominating. So, for example, recommended language opposes traditional values, erodes gradually the European identity. This neo-language reflected by this guidance meant to form another development stage of the European community, or involutionary stage of European Union. What relates to the risk of its collapse? We need to repair the Union. We need to reboot it. This new language is modeled on Marxism, on progressivism. It strives to dismantle values and replace them with empty words, with superficial terms that carry no meaning. This is nihilism embraced by European institutions, which want values to be no real values at all, to carry no real meaning. So that's why the substance, the meaning is processed into what I call the nihilism of the 21st century. And this is something we need to guard ourselves from. We need to embrace philosophy and religious values of European culture. And such European Union must be transformed not only on political or institutional level, but whenever we talk about values. In the background, we will see a less spectacular but equally important battle. The European spirit is enable European structures, treaties and provisions, and that's why we should be criticizing the present European Union to protect it against self-destruction. And of course, values laid down in the Treaty of 2004 may become negative if they are subordinated to the needs of bureaucracy or ideology, when they are translated into practical terms by progressivists, by political correctness, they may become harmful and destructive because we will not have a reference point in Judeo-Christian traditions. I'll give you an example. Supporting values in abstract terms, if they are not tied persistently to the historical and cultural context, which describes how those values developed, means that those values are being exposed to manipulation. So we want to combine the Treaty of 2004, which presents values, with the Charter of European Values, which will be underpinned by our experience of nations, individuals, and only then we can take Europeans and European institutions onto a next stage to reflect on our values for the future of our continent, for the future of our identity. In such challenging times like those we are witnessing right now, we need efforts launched on a wide scale. It's essential because if we lose this massive battle for ideas, which is fought on the Western Front, we are going to lose everything: conservatism, our values, even freedom. This is the perspective we are currently facing when we have to make a choice. Thank you very much.
Panie profesorze, rzeczywiście stawka jest ogromna. Potrzebujemy tarczy konstytucyjnej, o której mówił.
Okay, so we need a constitutional shield. We need to use values as a shield. We need to defend continuity. Professor Ryszard Legutko wrote about the Polish soul, and he tried to answer the question whether continuity in Poland has been broken by World War II. On an optimistic note, we tend to think that it hasn't, but sometimes we also reflect that it has. All panelists have stressed that this is the tipping point. The violent processes we are now witnessing probably precede the end of a crisis channels which has reached its capabilities. I would like to thank our guests. Coming up are next equally exciting channels. We are running behind time, so right now we have a short coffee break and later another panel.
Dzień dobry Państwu, to chyba możemy zacząć kolejny
Good
panel. Ja się nazywam
morning,
Antonio
ladies and gentlemen. My name is Antonio Opaliński, and I am a journalist at the Polish National Radio. We will now speak about the more institutional and legal specificities touching upon the concepts for reforming the institutional system of the EU. Madam Justyna Schulz, an economist from Poznań University, is our first panelist.
Professor Jacek
Czaputowicz, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, a specialist in European affairs, a lecturer at university.
Professor Lucas Bergkamp
from the Netherlands, a lawyer and a doctor from Environment Strategy Council. Welcome, sir.
No i mamy gościa z Francji.
We also have a guest from France, Mr. Joachim Imad from Fondation Republika.
Powinien, proszę Państwa, połączyć
We should also have Professor Francisco José Contreras from Spain online with us from the University of Sevilla. He is here on screen. A very warm welcome, Professor. So Francisco José Contreras, a parliamentarian, a philosopher, a lecturer at the University of Sevilla. By way of introduction, a reform of the institutional system of the European Union. So we are speaking about something which is already underway. The Conference on the Future of Europe is underway as well. There is also a certain political factor which will impact what we speak about, a new German coalition, Ampelkoalition. And in the coalition agreement, it is stated in the exact words that a Bundesstaat should be created from the European Union. This is something that was discussed quite in depth in Poland. So they are speaking about a European constitution and empowering the European Parliament with more rights. In conservative circles, when we hear about a federalized state or a Bundesstaat, we are very concerned, but maybe a certain form of a federal state may be better than the current chaotic situation. As MEP Mr. Saryusz-Wolski said that Europe has been hijacked by an informal group of countries and some institutions, and we no longer know who is in power. We are living in times when European institutions are working very hard in order to grab more power than has ever been granted to them by the treaties. We have European commissioners who are just civil servants, political appointees that are to manage certain spheres that have been given to the European Commission for governance by member states. And we have the head of the European Commission who is acting as a leader of the European Union, presenting us with visions of the European Bauhaus. This is not what we agreed upon. We wanted the European Union to work on securing our agriculture, building roads and infrastructure. So this transition of the European Union into a state is underway. We also have the problem with the European judiciary. We have disputes on which law prevails when and where. And we often hear from conservatives about going back to Europe of nation states. And we know from history that it's very difficult to go back in time. It is actually impossible. So we have this notion of creating a federalized European state. Is it inevitable or is there an alternative? There is 8 minutes for each panelist in the first round, and then we shall continue with the second round. And let me ask a lady to speak first. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo. Dziękuję za zaproszenie i za możliwość.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for the possibility to take part in this debate. And let me refer to what you have just mentioned. I will present a number of points that, in my opinion, conservative circles should focus on. We should use this as a framework when referring to other projects. But apart from referring to other projects, we should present our own project, something that is positive and that reflects our values. To begin with, and I'm not sure whether you'd agree with me, we should, I believe, about the most decisive notions in the history of Europe, the notion of freedom, of welfare, and the self-determination of nations. These were not only the foundations of the European Union, they were also the driving force of the 1989 fall of the nations, or the autumn of the nations, as we call it. So, when we speak about the project, such as the European Union, maybe we should speak of a project that would actually encompass all these three ambitions or emotions. And the question is, how can this be actually done? And maybe we should ask ourselves, what was the basis for the leading role of the European culture and civilization? And we have had this leading role for 200 years only. Maybe this attempts to achieve self-determination were the basis for our achievements. There may be many answers to this question. I personally prefer the one proposed by Eric Jones, who in his book The European Miracle presented the high concentration of political competition as the most decisive factor. When illustrating his theory, he used the example of China, where a decision of one emperor made it impossible for the fleet to be developed for many centuries. And the Italian queen refused Columbus or refused to finance his attempts to travel to India. And thanks to political competition, this was then financed by the Kingdom of Spain. So when organizing the European Union, we should consider three platforms at the citizens level, the state level, and the union level. And these levels should compete, but also function in harmony. So it is not a good idea to marginalize one of these platforms or levels. They should be equal. On the very first level, we should respect the principle of subsidiarity, which means the decisions should be taken at the lowest possible level. On the other hand, we should strengthen the competencies of member states, and we should also redefine the functioning of European institutions. The first point, subsidiarity, seems quite obvious. It is mentioned very, very often. However, European institutions are built based on premises where experts' opinions prevail, but it results in a situation that input legitimacy, the democratic processes of working out rules are considered a burden and they are neglected. So experts' opinions are prepared in their offices, focusing on welfare for everyone, and this minimizes the space for political choice. Decisions are then translated into the lower level, the level of demos. The idea of building a federation state is also based on the fact that our demos is considered more conservative, and it is presumed that it will slow up the process. So we should go back to the principle that we are able to change the politics. It is not a new notion. States towards the end of the 19th century were also concerned with the demos, with the masses. Sometimes the conservative governments towards the end of the 19th century were saying these socialists are dangerous. Now the situation has reversed, and the states are saying that the conservatives of the right-wing thinkers are more dangerous. We can see what is happening as part of the Green Deal or decarbonizing process or digitalization process. Some technologies are preferred as the winning technologies, and others are condemned. So nothing is left to the competition, to market mechanisms. So there is a question: what if we are wrong, as the Chinese emperor that I mentioned at the beginning was? So let me quote Fourel, a French historian, who said that nations created within the states were Europe's contribution to universal history. And this is the platform that guarantees the diversity of voices and ideas. At the level of state, people are citizens. They take over responsibility of the Commonwealth, for the Commonwealth. They are citizens and not only consumers or recipients of social transfers. This platform is decisive when we look for optimum solutions when it comes to building institutions in order to face up to social and economic challenges. We should also ensure this in order to protect the right to democratic participation in each country. I believe that all the steps that are aimed at weakening the states go against the principle of subsidiarity and democratic values, because we will build societies which are no longer political, and then political decisions are taken at higher levels, and those who take these decisions are no longer accountable to their electorate. This goes against the European spirit and our historic experience, something that contributed to the success of the European civilization in the past. So this attempt to weaken the role of nation states is not an attempt to resolve the problem, is more a form of escape from the problem. So when we want to strengthen a state, we have to think over how they function within the European Union on the economic platform. In the past, most of the rules were prohibiting states to do things, but now, during the pandemic and considering the economic challenges, we need to review these decisions. Our common market is one of the greatest achievements of the European Union, and it also makes Europe a global player. Thus, the reforms that we propose should aim at making our companies more competitive within the EU, but also on the global market. So, if we are to subsidize the economy, we have to take into consideration the varying potential of different member states, because we should focus on equal and stronger competitiveness of European companies. This, in the past, was the key to the success of the European project. We have to come to an end. So let me just say that if we are to strengthen the member states level, we should also introduce a credible fiscal and monetary policy. When countries are dependent on transfers from the European level, they receive this drip in a form of transfers from the European budget. It makes member states weaker. And if they are to be sovereign, they should be less dependent. And let me just mention briefly that in order to carry all these out, we should use the existing institutions as the vehicle for change. So we should be represented within the European Union well enough in order to be able to change and reform these institutions in accordance with our wishes and preferences. And we could see the different crises, the energy crisis, the migration crisis, the economic crisis. In all of these, the European Union did not act as an honest broker between the member states, and it's actually subsided to pressure of the stronger member states following their priorities. Summing up, I would like to say that the ideas that are presented as progressive and modern and aiming at making Europe a federal state are an attempt to deal with the complexity of social and economic life by reducing the national level, which actually guarantees the diversity of the European Union and was a pillar of our competitive position. So the path we should choose is to make decisions at the lowest possible level, and European Union should only monitor the standards and norms that should ensure equal rules for competitiveness of European companies. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Justyna Schulz. I think that the fear of demos, this leitmotif is very much relevant to the European establishment. And right now we are moving to Spain. Professor Francesco José Contreras, the floor is yours.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
To have been invited to this very important conference. I would have liked to attend personally, but unfortunately I had to participate in an important vote in the Spanish Parliament, so I was not able to fly. So in the interest of brevity and accuracy, I have preferred to write down some considerations on the issue we are discussing, so I will read them. The project of European integration arose out of a humanist reaction to the appalling atrocities and wars of the 1914 to 1945 period. Monnet, Schuman, de Gasperi, and the rest of founding fathers of the European Union blamed nationalism, somewhat simplistically, for such disasters. They concluded the best strategy to prevent war and totalitarianism would be the dissolution of European nation-states into a supranational entity. But the designers of the project, aware that the European peoples were not ripe, adopted a gradual strategy, a common market and a common currency, would pave the way for subsequent political unification. This political unification would occur by means of a progressive transfer of sovereign powers to European supranational institutions under the pretext of facilitating the functioning of the common market. This post-national vocation implies that the institutional network of the EU cannot be international, namely one of cooperation among sovereign states, but supranational, that is, endowed with a life and power of its own above those of the states. This supranational nature is particularly evident in the European Commission. The European Commission owns the whole of the executive power of the EU and a significant share of legislative power as well. And quite decisively, this central organ is answerable neither to the citizens nor to the other organs of the EU. It is endowed with the superiorem non recognoscens character, which Jean Baudin defined as the essence of sovereignty. The supranational power of European institutions is characterized by the following features. First, it is invisible, or at least opaque. It operates through interposed national governments, and it is the national governments, not the European Commission, that are accountable to their own citizenry. Citizens have a very fuzzy notion of Brussels power. They ignore that many of the rules enacted by national parliaments are mere transpositions of EU directives. Two, it is an undemocratic power, since the members of the European Commission are not elected by the citizens. In fact, the European Commission embodies the triumph of technocracy over democracy. Its technocrats are inspired by a sense of historical mission, a mission that should not be put at jeopardy by the imponderables of volatile elections. When the issue of democratic deficit of the EU is raised, EU technocrats typically reply, such deficit is only transitory. Yet, democratic deficit is not a byproduct, but the end game of European construction. Europe should advance towards its political unity, whether the European people desire it or not. A sense of enlightened arrogance underlies the whole thing. The populace, still blinded by prejudice and tribal passions, does not know what is best for them. Three, the goals of the European project appear surrounded by an aura of inevitability. The zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, would supposedly tend to the overcoming of nations. This belief in historical inevitability was shared by Marxists who believed in the inevitable collapse of capitalism and its replacement by socialism. Four, the process of European construction is also presented as irreversible. But this irreversibility has been disproved by Brexit, and this is why Brexit meant such a serious challenge to the eurocracy. Five, European supranational power is an ever-inflating one, as indicated by Jacques Delors' famous metaphor. Constructing Europe is like riding a bicycle. You must keep moving on, otherwise you fall down. At the start, the EU only regulated the minimal conditions required for the free movement of goods, people, services, and money. As decades went by, the EU came to dictate the guidelines of general economic policy. Then, more recently, it has interfered in non-economic matters, such as immigration policy, human rights, quote-unquote, particularly the quote-unquote new rights, connected with feminism, identity politics, or bioethics, and so on. This activism in matters of new rights confirms that the EU is attempting to become a superstate legitimized by an ideology of its own. Fernando Noya suggested a comparison with the Holy Roman German Empire, a medieval supranational entity whose legitimizing idea was the defense of Christendom. The new pseudo-religion is a mixture of globalism, the EU as the forerunner of a future world state that will ensure perpetual peace, as theorized by Immanuel Kant in 1795, and neo-Marxism, that is group rights, women, LGBT people, non-whites, etc., regarded as oppressed minorities deserving legal privilege. Both principles involve the denial of real human rights. For example, the right to an abortion implies the abolition of the right to life of the unborn child. The right to parenthood by means of artificial insemination or surrogate pregnancy entails the denial of the child's right to be raised by his father and mother. The banning of hate speech means the end of freedom of speech, because censors will consider hate incitement any assertion that contradicts the mainstream ideology. When it added the Declaration of Human Rights to the Nice and Lisbon Treaties, the EU asserted itself as a superstate attempting to impose its own view of rights upon those of its member states. Another important element of the EU ideology is diversocracy, the tenet whereby the evolution of societies toward an ever-increasing ethnic and cultural diversity is both inevitable and desirable, and its logical implication, permissive policies vis-à-vis immigration and hostility towards those governments that would rather promote national fertility than open their borders to mass immigration. Federica Mogherini declared in 2017, Europeans must understand that given current demographic trends, we need immigration to make our economy and welfare system sustainable. The worship of diversity as a good for its own sake is undermining EU's prestige in the eyes of the citizenry. Ethnic diversity is not necessarily an asset, as attested by the failure in assimilation of Islamic immigration or the blatant overrepresentation of immigrants in criminal statistics. Mass immigration will not be the solution for Europe's demographic problem, as immigrants typically have professional and academic qualifications much lower than those of the average European. They pay few taxes and contribute to the funding of the welfare state less than they benefit from it. In my view, we should not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I do not support the disappearance of the EU, but its reform. The EU has arguably been a success story as far as the common market is concerned. We should reform the EU by relieving it of all superstate aspirations. We should abolish the principles of irreversibility, inevitability, and constant progress toward more unity. We should redefine the EU as an international institution and no longer a supranational one. This would require a new treaty, purified of federalist vocation, and a review of the EU institutional framework, suppressing organs conceived as seeds of a future superstate. For example, the Court of Justice of the European Union should deal exclusively with commercial disputes. The European Commission should become an interstate organ and be deprived of sovereign suprastate power. And most likely, we have no need of an European Parliament. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ja myślę, że to pytanie, które postawił profesor Contreras.
The question posed by Professor Contreras, whether we can actually stop this constant progress, is a key question. And let me now ask Professor Jacek Czaputowicz, as the head of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you took part in this process, and it was one of the expressions of the current crisis of the European Union, namely the clash between our government that was attempting to implement its program and the European institutions. Professor, the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm more than happy to take part in this discussion. The topic for our panel is how to reform the institutional system of the European Union, and I would like to focus on a number of selected issues. And let me start by saying that when we speak about institutions or the institutional system, I think not only about material institutions, the European Commission, the European Parliament, the European Council, the Central Bank, and so on, but also the principles and standards, for example, the decision-making process in the European Union. So if we understand institutions in a wide sense, not only as institutions per se, but also the norms and standards, we would follow the line of thought often presented in publications on the subject. So it has already been mentioned today that European Union is becoming more and more, or resembling more and more a federalized state. This debate has been revived also based on the new coalition agreement reached in Germany. So when we consider this, we should think to what extent the decision-making process is democratic. Does it follow principles of a federation? And then I will speak about the responsiveness as a condition for integration, which means that interests of member states should be taken into account by those countries that have a dominating role. Is European Union becoming a federation? In the new German coalition agreement, we read that Germany will aim at creating a federation of the European Union to resemble the current institutional solutions in Germany. But it also says that in order to move in this direction, we should also increase the number of issues where decisions are made by qualified majority of member states. Documents presented by ECR criticize this orthodox approach to federalization of the European Union, and they say that we should go back to the concept of a confederation of nation states based on a democratic legitimization of governments. I would defend the notion that European Union is now departing from this concept of federation. The decision-making process in the European Union does not resemble a federation state because it is in breach of the most fundamental principle of democracy, which is the equal weight of votes of citizens of some countries count less than votes of citizens of some other countries. So we are witnessing not really a federation, but a system where stronger countries dominate over other countries, which means that citizens of smaller or mid-sized countries have less to say than citizens of stronger countries. So this proves that European Union does not really follow the model of federation. In federation, weaker parts of a federation are privileged in the decision-making process. And Germany is a good example here. For example, the smaller London have a bigger representation in Bundesrat. So it is not based on the demographic criterion, because Bremer has 3 votes, although its population is 680,000, and other London, which are much larger, have 6 voices, for example, or 6 votes. So there is a certain balance introduced. So the smaller London are being compensated with a greater participation in the decision-making process. They are able to defend the rights and their privileges so that they are not dominated over by the larger and stronger London. So this is a principle that is in force in Germany. The founding fathers of the European Union had a similar idea of a more federal structure. It made smaller countries privileged. It compensated. If we look at the original disproportions, for example, the decision-making power of Luxembourg, originally it was much greater than its population, and in this old system, Poland had 27 votes and Germany had 29. This system was reformed by the Lisbon Treaty, and now we have this double majority system. And let me pose a question. Why Germany accepts the system in this Bundesrat and it considers it normal and just, and similar solutions that were in place in the European Union were not acceptable? So this is the key question. Because if we were to think that this double majority system is the only just system, why Germany does not introduce such a system in its own country? Why not London follow the same principle? Because Germany considers itself as the demos, as a political community understood as a common good, where the principle of solidarity is to be applied when dealing with smaller London, and other European Union member states are not really considered part of this community. This is why principles applied to these other member states are different. So Germany does not really consider citizens of other member states not equal to citizens of Germany when it comes to rights. So this compensation for smaller London in Germany is not translated into the European Union's realm, and hence the principle of double majority was introduced in the Lisbon Treaty, which shows, in my opinion, that European Union is departing from this federal system. It is not actually following the principles of the federal system. So when we debate about this, we accepted a certain rhetoric and weakened our position in this debate. We should also, when speaking about the participation in the decision-making power, the weight of one vote, the inequalities have been strengthened even further by the Lisbon Treaty, because in Germany, as I have said, smaller London are compensated and they have proportionally more votes. And in the European Union, not only do the smaller countries not have this compensation, which was foreseen by the founding fathers, it is quite the opposite. They have even less weight given to their voice. So this double majority system goes against the democratic principles. It is unjust, unfair, and there seem to be no doubts about it amongst the scholars. So it would be very difficult to agree to extend the catalogue of decisions taken with the use of the principle of double majority, because these unfair principles would be applied to even more fields, even more decisions. So this is the right argument that we should use when we try to counter-argument this proposition to use the qualified majority more. And this is the argument I used in my letter to Federica Mogherini. I was asking, so what about changing the system after Brexit? It was a good moment to discuss this. We want a more just system, so we should not speak about giving more for the qualified majority to be used in more questions. Federica Mogherini replied that this is not subject to a debate, and we should present this issue. It is a fundamental issue. I know there is no will to do it. It's very difficult to do so, but a fundamental principle in democracy is the equal weight of votes of participants of a democratic process. So let me stop here. Maybe in the second round, I will mention another element, but I would like to conclude by saying that all international organizations based on an analysis by scholars have a tendency to evolve. They begin by following the common good as the most important principle, but as time goes by, they represent the interests of their stronger members. And we can see the confirmation of this principle in the evolution of the European Union. European Union is not becoming a federation. It is departing from a federal system, trying to evolve into something that doesn't really have a name yet, but could be called by a domination of stronger states. The European Union does not ensure just and fair treatment of member states. We could see this in the debate over Brexit. So the reform of the European Union should go back to this equal weight of votes by citizens. And as the position of ECR, as far as it is concerned, we should pose these questions openly. And if it is no longer possible to return to the principles of a federation in the European Union, and unfortunately, I'm afraid this is not possible because European Union is no longer a federation. It is dominated by stronger states. So we should focus on sovereignty of member states, because this is the only way to stop this negative revolution and domination of stronger states that I have just mentioned. Thank you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Ja myślę, że
Well, thank you very much. And yes, we should tell apart rhetorics from actual developments that unfold. And now I suggest Joachim Imat, politologist, director of Fondation Respublica from France. France is a country with extended bureaucracy, with a very strong state and public heritage. So I think your voice on the future of Europe will be highly valuable. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's been a pleasure to be with you here in Poland today. Poland is a country in France, it's often caricatured, whereas we have very strong ties. And preparing for today, I came across a quote from Dostoevsky, who said that between truth and Christ, he's choosing the Christ. And we have the same rationale, the same approach to faith in Europe. Today, Europeism has two goals. The European construct is comprehended as a way for our redemption. So it's Hegel's type of negativity. We have watched, for instance, while the coronavirus pandemic unfolded, some European leaders were ready to capitalize on these traumatic circumstances to push us towards federation. And I think they are to blame for something that has far-fetching consequences. They think of Europe on federation basis. This concept started growing prominent after World War II. This group was in favor of politics that was effective They also believed that nation states are a thing of the past. The European Commonwealth of Steel and Coal had some federation features. I'm talking about its authorities. The Treaty of Rome was not a treaty of federation. It was a classic treaty made by parties, but as a result, we saw a progress in federalism that may be called the hidden federalism. The 1960s are all important because during this very decade, the head of the European Commission mentioned federalism that should be driven by law. Van Gent and Loos and versus Kostra, those rulings consolidated the primacy of European legislation over national law. The Luxembourg Treaty is putting this escalation to an end, but later the French elites. We saw a turning point in 1983. Mitterrand, Jacques Delors have made it happen. And this period was very important because efforts were put in place to liberalize capital flows to finally introduce the euro currency. The will to go ahead with building the European Union at any price is ridiculous because it opposes and contravenes the genetic DNA of Europe. Nations emerged in the Middle Ages and Europe was able to emanate different concepts without changing its spirit. Today, European elites are not familiar with this concept. They prefer to build the Roman Holy Empire. The Habsburg Empire or the Third Reich were all similar. They contradict the European idea because we have maximum space and minimum diversity. Kundera said that it's in fact the opposite, maximum diversity on minimum space. So today we are stifling the European spirit, democracy, by rejecting the cultural and ethnic diversity. I think we should redefine this concept, and every political community has a vision that embraces its imagination. So let me now focus on the quintessence of my position. We are talking about transformation of the European Union, which is going to have far-fetched consequences. I think we need to see an interplay between governments. General de Gaulle came up with many ideas, Fouchet Plan, for example, very specific projects with variable geometry between free nations who could build their future according to their own will. And it's the only idea that stood the test of time. For example, Ariane or Airbus, these are most successful European projects. So if we want to rebuild Europe and European Union, we need to be pragmatic. We need to identify ambitious projects fit to our needs on the government level so Europe can catch up whenever it lags behind. I'm talking about computers, hydrogen mobility, microchips and other areas. Europe may have the power, provided that it's independent of those two main blocs, the US and China. It isn't so for the time being, quite contrary. If we look at the stalemate, Gaia X, the European cloud system, has reached a cul-de-sac. So such changes were reinforced, and I think the previous speaker has mentioned it, has been reinforced by increasing the importance of the Council of Europe. We cannot use the qualified majority principle anymore. We've been using it ever since 1986. The European Commission should become an administrative body completely dependent on the Council. So let's imagine that the Commission is bereft of its legislative powers, and during crisis situation, it should have more prerogatives and act as the European ambassador, although it has no such mandate. I don't have specific ideas. Because there is no European nation, there is no common interest, so perhaps the parliament should consist of delegations of national delegations to put an end to this paradigm. The hodgepodge of competencies should be abandoned. There is too much complexity, and as a result, European citizens are confused. They don't know what the European debate, which is deeply political and has far-fetching consequences, is all about. We need to begin everything from the scratch. Take a closer look at the exclusive competencies of the European Union defined by treaties. For example, commercial policy cannot be the exclusive domain of the EU. Law created ex nihilo by the European Court of Justice or the European Court of Human Rights is focusing on multiculturalism, diversity. We need to upkeep the European identity in European legislation. This is good. This is well illustrated by the Polish tribunal or the Karlsruhe tribunal, because they demonstrated the will to reject the blurred national identity. On the economic level, of course, we are changing the cycle. We need to rethink philosophy, which is at the heart of European treaties, where you have the regulations like liberalism. Economic policy in a national state is not determined by the state. We are dealing now with ordoliberal philosophy, which subjects European states to different centers, such as the German center. So European continent has to grow. But different bans are being introduced, the ban on subsidies, the ban on policies, the block development. The Commission cannot impose economic policy on countries with very different history, with very different economic history and interests. I do realize that those suggestions are revolutionary and it will be very difficult to introduce. There must be a will to amend European treaties, and I do suppose there will be resistance. But we can use something that is already present in treaties to curb abuse of power in Brussels. For instance, we can stress the principle of subsidiarity, which is provided under treaties. Article 4 of the European Treaty states that the EU respects the national identity of member states. The advisor to François Hollande said that Khrushchev's principle is applied in Europe. Everything that is yours is subject to negotiations. We have to curb this appetite. Europe has to focus on where it can generate value added for nations. So we should say out loud whenever our national interests are betrayed. We cannot kneel down in front of the European Commission, and we have to initiate activities that will demonstrate on the national level, for example, opt-outs, the constitutional shield, or the empty chair policy once mentioned by General de Gaulle. In conclusion, I've almost come to an end. I would like to quote Renan, a great historian, who said European nations, as they were created by history, resemble a senate. It's a federation of countries that were brought together by the concept of great civilization. So right now, Europeans have no time to lose, and they are deeply entrenched in their history.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joachim Imad from France. Yes, this voice of calling for cooperation in specific matters while reminding ourselves that the empire in Europe never succeeded. And now our guest from the Netherlands, the floor is yours.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me to contribute to the debate about the future of Europe. We've been asked to focus on institutional design, and maybe I should start by summarizing my basic message, which is that the EU should not define values for Europe, but instead should add value to the people of Europe, to the democracies of Europe. So we should move away from supremacy of EU law towards subservience of EU law. We should not aim for harmonization, but rather for mutual recognition. We should not rely on majority too much, but move towards unanimity, which means we should provide for opt-out and veto rights as well. That's the main principles from which I will try to say a few things about how the institutions of the EU should be reformed to respond better to the needs of the people of Europe. Institutional design, of course, should follow the objectives of an organization. That's a rather basic principle. And as previous speakers pointed out, institutions are not limited to mere bodies, but rather also involve procedures, powers that are allocated, and the ways of exercising those powers. We currently have an EU that has rather vaguely defined objectives, and objectives that are then interpreted in a way that result in mission creep. In the treaty, as previous speakers pointed out as well, there is this reference to the ever closer union. It's followed by the words, as closely as possible to the citizen. Well, that last bit is often forgotten. It is not very close at all to the citizen. In practice, subsidiarity has been thrown out the window. It's one of the only principles, I think it's the only principle of the set out in the EU treaties, that the Court of Justice has refused to apply. There is not a single case where the court has said subsidiarity has not been met, therefore this legislation is invalid. Those cases you will not find. So subsidiarity has become a political concept, while all the other principles set out in the treaty have also legal definitions. And this reflects a more general issue with the way the European Union construes its own objectives, which is that many of these concepts are given a political meaning that's only to a limited extent subject to judicial review. which then results in the rule of law in fact becoming the rule of the EU. So we should get rid of these open-ended and vague terms that feel good but don't work very well in practice. So the concept of trying to move to ever closer integration obviously needs to be revisited as well and replaced by thinking more along the lines of moving away from a top-down approach towards a bottom-up approach. The EU has been trying to fix its democratic deficit by moving towards direct democracy European style. And direct democracy here doesn't mean referenda or that you get to vote for the commissioners or vote for the people that represent the people of Europe in the Council. It doesn't mean any of that, but rather it means that the EU will consult with so-called civil society, which in practice translates often into subsidized action groups and activists that are being consulted by the EU to legitimize its own policy proposals. So that is a development that is not very helpful. The discontent with the European Union, to a large extent, has to do with this mission creep. Currently, the EU, for instance, is working on a program called A New Push for Democracy. It's rather interesting that the rather non-democratic institution is trying to teach the European democracies how to be democratic. Concepts such as sustainable development have been pushed too far. It has resulted in climate policies that have gone way too far, that have caused all sorts of problems. There's a biomass law that means that European forests get cut down and are burned in biomass plants for the generation of energy. It means that we have in place renewable energy policies that push for wind and solar farms all over Europe. And as a result, deteriorate the European landscape, cause harm to nature, and do not deliver the power, the energy that the European people need because of the intermittency problem. At the same time, the European Union has extended its powers into areas such as diversity and censorship and more recently health. But the principles that the EU articulated for its own rulemaking, for its own legislative processes, as well as regulatory processes, are only applied selectively. There are these concepts of risk assessment and cost-benefit analysis, which make sense when you come to producing rules for all of Europe, but they're not applied in those cases where they would generate the wrong results. These are not binding requirements, but rather selective devices that the EU can use at its own discretion. And for instance, in the case of climate policy, you will not find any cost-benefit analysis because obviously cost-benefit analysis would show that the costs are much greater than the benefits. Recently a paper was published by a Dutch economist, and he found that the cost of the European climate policy are about 10 times as much as any benefits it will ever generate. Another issue that Europe has faced is this concept of integration by stealth. It's not just integration, but there's also integration that to a large extent operates under the radar screen. It's not really visible, which goes back to the Monnet methodology. Monnet had this idea of integration, a transfer of powers that should start with essentially technical experts working together to get things done pragmatically, then start to harmonize technical regulations, and from there you work up towards further harmonization. Well, this concept obviously needs to be revisited because it results in a lot of European political judgments and value judgments being made within expert institutions. Europe has, to a large extent, embarked on an approach that could be described as the one-size-fits-nobody approach, and that has been really a burden that the EU has imposed on the European people. Now, how can we go about in fixing this? If you think in terms of institutional design, you have a federation with all of its institutions, and the EU is some sort of federation, but as has been pointed out by previous speakers, it's not really a federation in the traditional style as we know it in other jurisdictions such as the United States or Germany. It is it's also becoming increasingly an institution that has reached the end of its objectives, and it tries to fix this by then moving towards ever greater operation under stealth and away from democratic pressures. So institutional reform could, of course, move much more towards in the direction of what you could call a treaty secretariat. The EU could function much more as a treaty secretariat. You do need a commission that will provide these services. You probably also need the council in some form. The question is whether you need the current setup of the council. The European Parliament is probably not necessary at all. It's better replaced by another way of getting more input from national parliaments. But when you then look at what you need to have in terms of the devices that are being applied by these institutions, before I get to that, maybe one word about the Court of Justice. The Court of Justice, of course, has become a rather activist driver of European integration. And that can, you probably do need also in a new European setup some sort of court for dispute resolution, but it could be structured quite differently. It could be structured more along the lines of a dispute resolution body that will maybe operate on an ad hoc basis, or maybe you could work with more defined and shorter term limits and a wider representation of also of the various legal cultures in Europe, because currently there is clearly one dominating legal culture at the European Court of Justice. So what do I mean when I say the devices that these institutions should apply? Well, there are basically two I would like to raise. One is what you could call the menu approach, and the second one is called the Canadian override principle. So the menu approach, this goes back to discussions already back in the 1970s, where it has been suggested by a former commissioner in 1979 already, Ralph Dahrendorf, and he suggested that this concept of the European Union that should hurt to be good is the wrong way to think about the European Union. Currently, at the time, the thinking was, and it still is, that for European policy to be effective and to be good, you need a lot of member states that complain. That's when European policy is really good. Well, why would that be so? It's a rather strange way to think about Europe. He also commented on this idea that a Europe at different speeds is not the Europe that we need. Well, why would that be so? I think you could turn this around and say what the people of Europe need is exactly a Europe at varying speeds, depending on the extent to which the people of that particular member state do want to buy into European policies. So the menu approach I would advocate is an approach that is based very much on the European Union preparing model laws that can then be adopted by the national parliaments or rejected. So it would be up to the national parliaments to decide to what extent they would like to participate in the European project. And this menu approach will result in a much more tailored European Union that will provide much more benefits to the European people. The second thing, the Canadian override. Even with the menu approach, you of course do need certain general principles that are common to all of the European member states. Those principles should be limited and they should be enforceable as well. Now, what this concept of the Canadian override does is that it allows member states to temporarily get a derogation from these principles. So if a national parliament says, I do not like this particular principle that is binding on us now, that parliament could vote to opt out of that principle for a limited period of time. And as in the Canadian law, in the Canadian Constitution, you could limit this, of course. You could say, well, you can only opt out, for instance, in relation to 5 of these principles. Or you could say you can only opt out for 5 years time, and then you have to extend the idea. So those were just 2 things I would like to contribute to the debate today. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Profesor Lukas Bergkamp.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Lukas Bergkamp. Ladies and gentlemen, this question the professor asked while giving us different examples, why do we need the European Parliament in this formula, is also very important. In your statements, we've heard that European institutions should embrace their initial original role. The question is of historical and political natures. They keep on extending their mandates using different means. Are they able to self-limit their roles? And are we interested in expanding their role even further? We'll still have 20 minutes, so our guest from Spain will join us soon. Dr. Schulz, you have said that the European Commission and European institutions should go back to the role of the fair broker. So knowing how political processes work, is it possible at all? And do you see any political prospects for forcing them to do so? I would like to comment on what Professor Czaputowicz has said, because he said that by drawing attention to operating principles, which in this case, for example, in case of the equal number of rights, deny the rules of democracy. So if there are ways to strengthen the voice of nations ruled by different coalitions, ruled by different political groups, and whose voice contributes an alternative solution. So I would like to make an appeal. We should make the most of existing institutions and change them in such way to introduce political diversity which is present among member states, to put pressure and force through changes. I think this should be an evolution, not a revolution. Professor Czaputowicz has reminded me that when the weighting principle was introduced in the Eurozone, so in an economic process, the equivalent of votes, this rule was introduced regardless of capital commitment. Usually the number of votes in economy is tied to your share. And we have reversed this rule. So we should pinpoint wrong solutions which defy certain assumptions and traditions. And we should put pressure to have them change. I think this is the right way forward for us. Well, thank you very much. Justyna Schulz mentioned Minister Czaputowicz, so I have a question to you. I remember several years ago, I think it was before 2015, during Poland Grand Project Conference, you have pointed out to a paradox. A Bundestag committee was dealing with the budget And you said that if a Bundestag committee is discussing the budget of Cyprus, of another country, I don't remember which one, perhaps that's what we should be doing. So how can we fix deficits of democracy? That's one thing. And you said that what we see right now, it's not a federation, because you warn us to correctly interpret the rhetorics. Yes, I remember this discussion. If a parliament of one state is accepting changes to a budget of another state, and everyone is waiting, breathless, to see what Bundestag is going to do, if we want to have a democratic system, and Bundestag takes precedence over national parliament, perhaps we should have pan-European elections for the Bundestag. It was seen as an irony because probably Germany wouldn't like to have that. They would like to keep their privileged position versus others. So the Karlsruhe ruling and some aspirations to accept EU reforms by Bundestag, to have them validated, reflect that position. Because we do agree on the basics that the EU, contrary to its aspirations, is evolving in the wrong way. But I've been communicating time and time again that we are buying this narrative. A federation rings positive association, because we have the Swiss-German Federation, we have the US. All positive examples, and we cannot accept that it's bad in itself. We have to point out that what we call federation is not, in fact, I don't want to use this phrase, Grant and Beck, German researchers compared the EU to an empire, and the feature of every empire are unequal rights, like the Roman Empire. But I want to use a term that has negative connotations, and I don't want to have such associations with the EU. But we are going about the dominant position of larger states. On purpose, this is done this way, using the federation rhetorics. Okay, we have what we have. Germans treat their state as demos and other as non-demos. I don't think they are ready to abandon this position. I think we should have the proportionality of votes in the EU. For example, Poland has opted for a different solution that would guarantee fairer distribution of votes, but it was rejected. One state, and this is something no one predicted, decided to leave the EU. This is something that was never predicted in the Lisbon Treaty. So right now, we see distribution of votes change completely. So when was the distribution of vote fair and just? Right now, stronger states are even more stronger after Brexit, and it's a great pretext, it's a great occasion to review this matter, to ask, post-Brexit, should this system be reformed if we think it's unfair? How it's unfair? We have different simulations that show very clearly how this distribution of votes is unfair and unjust. So it is a perfect opportunity, but we don't do it due to tactical reasons. reasons, and I think Poland and ECR, because we have national delegation to ECR, could put it on the table how to make fair and just decisions in the EU. We could ask the EU to revisit a fairer system for distribution of votes. The evolution did not take place because the Polish proposal was rejected, but it would also reveal and expose the true mindset, the true approach of federalists in the EU. We should ask, is it or isn't it aligned to the principles of federation? But I think the right-wing Polish political class is also presenting counter-arguments. We are against federation, they claim, and we should argue that we believe that the European Union is abandoning the concept of federation, which is why we advocate the Europe of nation states. It's not my role, but it's just a suggestion to put this issue on the table, because all leaders fully realize it. But there is no discussion initiated about it. And they say, can't be done. It's not our matter. Well, thank you very much. So this is a voice addressed to members of European Parliament from ECR, and now Professor José Contreras from Spain. You have mentioned technocracy, convinced about its mission. It's a paradox which well describes the current European establishment. So my question to you is, can we implement some reforms together with them? Because otherwise we would have to give up this venture.
We do not hear you, Professor.
You have to put the microphone on.
Sorry, I had to shut the microphone. So I was saying, I suggested some envisageable reforms in my presentation. For example, I'm not sure we need an European Parliament, and the European Commission should be reformed in such a way that it does not claim supranational power, but it should function as an international organism in the usual sense recognized in international law. But I would like to introduce a new idea that maybe has not been mentioned in this discussion. I think the prospect of ultimate political integration always underlied the European construction. I mean, the founding fathers, the designers of the European community always knew that the ultimate goal should be political integration, political unity. But this ultimate goal could not be declared openly. It was a kind of implicit shared understanding that could not be revealed publicly because the European peoples were not prepared for political integration. So economic unity or economic cooperation was used as a bait, as an alibi for political unification. And this is a sort of hypocrisy that has always underlied the European project. It is a project that is actually oriented towards an European federal superstate, but this ultimate purpose is not declared, is not recognized by the Eurocrats or by the Brussels elites. This is why technocracy has displaced democracy in the functioning of the European Union, and it is something we should change. The only way to change this, the only way to reintroduce democracy in the European project and get rid of technocracy, is to give up once and for all the project or the prospect of political unification. The European community should remain what it was at the beginning, that is a common market of goods, services and people. But it should no longer be conceived as the seed of a future political European superstate. We should make this point clear once and for all before the European citizens, if we want to get on with the project in reasonable terms.
Well, thank you very much. This is what we have heard from France, and now Mr. Joachim Imad from France. So, would you be so kind as to react to what we have just heard? In your opinion, is federalism just one of the options, or should it be rejected altogether? You spoke about deficits of democracy in the current European construction. So, how can we remove this deficit? You also spoke about going back to the more pragmatic cooperation in the common market, but such cooperation always creates institutions, and institutions always want to grab more power.
À mon avis, le fédéralisme n'est pas du tout une voie qui est envisageable pour l'Europe. Pourquoi? Pour une raison très simple, puisque comme le disait De Gaulle, on ne fait de la politique qu'à partir des réalités. Or, quelle est la réalité aujourd'hui en Europe? C'est qu'il y a une aspiration massive de la quasi-totalité des peuples européens.
Yes, indeed. As Charles de Gaulle said, when we try to reclaim our sovereignty, we find it very difficult. All questioners, all public opinion polls in France show that French public, French citizens never had greater ambitions when it comes to sovereignty. They want to reclaim their economic and political sovereignty. The pandemic has shown us what are the consequences of 40 years of neoliberalism. People want it no longer. And were they to be allowed to vote, they would certainly be against it. And all the referenda that we held show that whenever nations are able to have their say, they opt for sovereignty. We had this in France, in Ireland, and in the Netherlands when we voted on the European Constitution. People were actually forced to vote again until they accepted the new treaty. And Brexit, yes, the oldest democracy of Europe opted to leave the European Union. And let me just mention that the United Kingdom never lost a war during the 20th century, so they have a lot of self-confidence, and they have shown us the way. And as for the federation, France and Europe in general cannot be compared to Switzerland or the United States. France is not Oregon. We have different cultures, national cultures in Europe, and they pre-existed the European Union. We cannot get rid of this from one day to another. In the United States, things were different. The common culture was stronger. There were no centuries of separate history and separate traditions. This is why, in my opinion, federal system is not desirable for Europe. And I believe that the problem is not that the technocrats want to or are more and more departed or separated from the ambitions of nations, and that the European institutions are power-grabbing. Some people say that nation-states are not strong enough to compete in the current world, but I believe that this is a wrong concept. We saw in the history of the 20th century that Israel, for example, during the 6 Days War, was against a coalition of much stronger, in military terms, Arab states. We could see what happened in Afghanistan when it stood up to the Soviet Union or to the United States. So this is all possible. So nation-states, some of the nation-states have enough self-confidence. For example, Singapore or Taiwan during the pandemic, or Israel in the Middle East. So nation-states are not outdated. There is still hope for the future, and I believe that the path of federal state is not acceptable for the European continent.
Well, thank you very much. Only in Warsaw we have a guest from France praising UK policy. That's interesting. But on a serious note, we see that we have a lot of food for thought. The last voice, Professor Lukas Bergham. Mr. Professor, you have pointed out to some processes that go too far, to the common energy policy, to non-democratic institutions, teaching countries with democratically elected authorities what democracy is. You've asked, do we need European Parliament, and why should we be afraid of Europe of different speeds? So the question is, because this conference is brought to you by a political group, do we have political means to reinstate common sense, slower pace, and do we have a conductive political environment?
Yeah, that's of course the million-euro question, right? How do you get things changed on the ground? That translates, from my perspective, into a question of realism. How do you effectively move towards where you want to be? And should you do things in one big sweep where you have some sort of complete overhaul or revolution, or should this be a gradual process where you move back towards what the European Union should really be all about? And that's a very tough question, and it depends a lot on, of course, on further developments. We have had Brexit, but if there's a further member state that will exit the EU, that might well trigger all sorts of other developments that will result in a very quick, rapid, and very significant change of the European environment. And we've heard today quite a lot about a federal system as opposed to a confederation or some sort of other system. We should always keep in mind, I think, that irrespective of what system you create, it is the basic rules that govern the decision-making that will determine how that system in practice operates and what effect it will have on national sovereignty. For instance, you could very well have a federal system, a federation at the European level, that will function in a way where effectively you do implement the menu approach I just outlined in my talk, or one where you rely very much on unanimity or veto rights or whatever. So it's the structure you choose at European level is maybe in some sense secondary to these other rules that govern decision-making processes and that limit powers. But to get back to your question, that's exactly the political question that we need to resolve. There are lots of ways in which law can help to get you there, and we should think more creatively about how to use legal concepts to move towards that particular ideal of a European Union of more limited scope. And one of the things I mentioned, this concept of mutual recognition, used to be an important concept in European law, but more and more it has been replaced by this idea of harmonization. But mutual recognition is actually quite a nice concept because it will minimize the intrusion upon national sovereignty. It will basically mean that within Europe, member states will recognize each other's laws as being valid to achieve certain objectives in terms of safety or environmental protection or whatever it may be that you're after. So we should think more about using these types of concepts better in the lawmaking process.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję. Proszę Państwa.
Well, thank you very much. And this is the end of the second panel of today's conference. I would like to remind you that the debate about the reforms of EU institutions featured Justyna Schulz of Western University, Jacek Czaputowicz, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Warsaw University, Lukas Bergman, lawyer, Environment Strategy Council. From Spain, Professor Francisco José Correa of Seville University and Spanish Member of Parliament, and Joachim Imad, Director Fundación Res Republica. So we should make the most of available institutions. Not all of them are lost, despite the fact that we should wave goodbye to some of them at one stage. We should not yield in easily to rhetorics. For example, federalism, and Europe is not lost. Not yet. Thank you very much. Okay, we can see the Polish PM, Mateusz Morawiecki. Good afternoon. We are very excited to have you here with us. We are very excited that you found time to take part in a discussion moderated by Bronisław Wildstein.
To ja może w tej sytuacji.
Okay, in such circumstances, let me begin with inviting our guests. This is a place for you, Prime Minister, right in the middle. I would like to invite Professor Magdalena Brainczyk, lawyer from the Western Institute. Good afternoon.
Gdzie pani sobie życzy?
Where would you like to sit? You can pick and choose.
Panią profesor Genowefę Grabowską.
Profesor Genowefa Grabowska, constitutionalist.
Professor
Dietrich Murswijk, lawyer of Freiburg University. And Professor Przemysław Saganek of the Polish Academy of Science. Our panel is titled Amendment of the Treaty, how to put the proposed shape of institutions within a legal framework. It sounds ordinary, but if we look at the practice of EU, it seems to be mission impossible, because operations of the EU are governed by treaties. And the situation we are now witnessing in Poland, we are right now dragged and made accountable for what? We follow the treaties. Those who summon us are violating them. Of course, they are violating treaties in the name of higher good. It's very typical treatment of the law, not only in the EU, but beyond. It's a much wider problem. We can go down to fundamental issues. Faced by the collapse of values and customs, because law is deeply rooted in customs and culture. So when the culture collapsed and was replaced by a project which is meant to implement a future plan, a future perfect system, those laws and regulations are no longer grounded. They are no longer what they used to be. A fundamental standard always referred to by the European Union is the idea of human rights, which stemmed out of the natural right concept. When this concept was questioned at a specific point in time, we've realized that nothing underpins those laws and rights, and they begin to acquire very different meanings. And people who refer to them today, they refer to them as a project. What we do in Poland is at the receiving end of attacks. People claim that what we do is compliant to treaties establishing the European Union, but they are not aligned to the spirit of human rights. And when we ask them, what are human rights, and as it transpires, interpretations are quite liberal. And dominant legal circles, I'm talking about leftist ideology, they come up with their own interpretation of human rights. And it's typical. And this is ever more pronounced all around us. For example, abortion, euthanasia, they are meant to become human rights. And when we ask our opponents, how does it fit to the other idea that underpins modern Europe, the dignity of man? If we are to define a human being, is it obvious that human life is sacred? No, it isn't, because we need to make a decision when a human being comes to life. There is a room for interpretation. So what problems are we going to face when we want to safeguard the stability of the European Union? And stability should be one of the makings of the EU. And over to Prime Minister. Okay, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Everyone, all the guests, all members of this panel, you have 6 to 8 minutes. Of course, our PM is more privileged in this respect. There are people who are equal and more equal, as you know. Okay, so I'll have to stick to my time limit when I heard it even more, and I definitely intend to do that. The EU is a very unique enterprise. It's an enterprise never seen before in history. By design of its founding fathers and people of goodwill who lived after World War II, the European Union was meant to become an integrated economic structure that creates a platform, a common ground for life, for a peaceful, prosperous life. And of course, the definition evolved over the next decades, but the EU was to elude attempts that we've seen over the past years. The EU was meant to operate in peace. Previous attempts to integrate the old continent or to build a supra or multinational body always ended up with an empire. The empire has always been the end result, which consisted of different states, and we know it very well from history. But the EU was meant to be different. It was meant to defy those stereotypes of supranational body driven by power. It was meant to be driven by consensus. It was meant to be driven by solutions that drive development of its member states. But as time went by, and when globalization became more evident all around the world, many leaders of the European Union, especially in Western Europe, they decided it's not enough. This conclusion has been reached by elites which are centered in several hubs, including Brussels, which is home to European institutions. And rather quickly, because we tend to think today that this dispute is unique. No, there was a prelude to this dispute early into this millennium. A special SAGE group was meant to be established to lay foundations of the new constitutional treaty. Solutions that were proposed at the time were clear and moved the entire EU towards a federation. And at the time the project was rejected, it was clearly rejected by nations in a referendum that took place in France, in the Netherlands. And at the time, there was no consensus, there was no agreement as to the core at this federalization attempt. The constitutional treaty provided the supremacy of EU legislation over national constitutions, and decisions in many areas of life were meant to be taken on the central level. So this concept was rejected. Later, based on the Lisbon Treaty, many similar solutions were implemented into life. There were transitional periods, the joining mechanism, and today, when you think that Poland, in many areas, may have the right to veto in key areas related to environmental protection, economic growth, or even in the area of taxes, not to mention competencies vested in it by the treaties, then we are wrong, because measures on the EU level are driven by the principle of qualified majority or the principle of majority. Pressure is exercised by European institutions very effectively on countries with smaller population to prevent certain initiatives. And such activities and initiatives are visible on the EU level. And because that was a decade or 15 years ago, European nations made EU institutions realize this is not the direction we should follow. What should be comprehended by EU institutions, and that it's time to revisit the times when member states expressed their plans and ambitions in the treaties. And today, what we are dealing with is a very different reaction, because EU institutions have decided that we need to implement in real life mechanisms that pave the way for federation, that focus the power in Brussels and a handful of other European capitals, and that some solutions should be introduced via the back door. Via the back door, or by expanding the mandate of those European institutions that usurp even more areas of our life. Those institutions are now hijacking different walks of life, and they are using their own narration to interfere in many areas of life, not only economic life, which is centralized, but also political and social life. And the European Commission and the Court of Human Rights and the European Court of Justice, they play an important role in increasing the mandate beyond the actual mandate. So that's why this is the tipping point in the history of the EU, in the history of sovereign member states. Either sovereign member states will comprehend that we are we have reached a watershed stage in the history of the EU. It's a defining moment which will determine whether or not European elites will concentrate the value in the power in their own hands, or perhaps we will be witnessing gradual increase of the mandate and the shrinking of the best invention ever we know in our history, sovereign member states, and this is a dangerous journey. This is a dangerous path that may put an end to development of culture, traditions, wonderful traditions and wonderful culture of European states, including Poland. And at the end of the day, it may annihilate, it may lever and eradicate everything, all differences, what will not serve Polish interests, the interests of member states, but will only serve a select elite or a group of people who want to see themselves as an elite. And European Union will be founded by very different values than original ones. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Professor
Genowefa-Grabowska, the floor is yours. Is it true that the law can safeguard
nie stali się swobodnymi dysponentami prawa.
That the lawyers are not free to determine and decide about the law. Well, after such a speaker as our Prime Minister, it will be difficult for me to discuss these rather difficult topics. I have 8 minutes, so let me discuss 2 matters. First question being, do the governments and citizens in the European Union have equal rights? Because, for example, we have the debate on the future of Europe underway. And how is diversity and equality assured? And then I would like to discuss the values versus objectives of the European Union. Because there we seem to have a contradiction, and values are often used in order to achieve objectives, and some of these objectives have never been a part of the treaties. So let me start about the position of the governments, that is the states in the European Union, and how the other institutions trying to overcome the governments, asking citizens directly to speak as part of this big debate on the future of Europe. So if we were to compare the recent debate that has been initiated by 3 bodies of the European Union, European Commission, as the President of the European Commission signed this document, then the President of the European Parliament, Mr. Sassoli, and the President of the European Council, that was the Prime Minister of Portugal, as this was done during the Portuguese presidency. And there was no signature of the head of the European Council, just the country of the presidency. And in the past conference on the future of Europe, 2001-2003, that ended with the Declaration of Laeken, engaged European Council very much, and there we discussed how to change the legal framework of the EU in order to prepare for the enlargement expected in 2004. So the prime ministers were then asked, and they had their say. And right now, during the current debate on the future of Europe, prime ministers are not taking part. So if we look at the document that was signed by the Presidency, European Commission, and the President of the European Parliament, we will see that most of the elements are directed to the citizens. So they say we have to ask the citizens, we should speak with the citizens. This is actually not a real democracy, because it's all right to ask the citizens, but when we see how the citizens are asked, well, online, we'll only see the voices of the non-governmental organizations. So the role of states and governments is eliminated slowly but surely. And we hear, why do we need two presidents in the European Union? The President of the European Commission should have the decisive role because the Council of the European Union is no longer needed. I had this 3 weeks ago when I was in Brussels, and this was a voice in the discussion. So we hear such voices, and a similar voice was heard in the European Parliament when discussing the conditionality regulation that determined how the EU funds are to be spent in accordance with the law. So this regulation was then subjected to evaluation of the Court of Justice of the European Union, and it actually was not to be implemented until the final ruling of the Court of Justice. And we cannot expect the ruling for another 2 months at least. However, the conclusions of the European Council included such a scenario. It was part of the conclusions, and the President of the European Commission had agreed to that. And when we asked this at the European Parliament, we were told, but the conclusions of the European Council are not legally binding, so we do not have to abide them. So one, they are legally binding, and then the second time they are legally binding. For example, the conclusions also include financial rebates for the net payers with the exact amounts gained by net payers in order to encourage these countries to support the fund, the recovery fund. So, which parts of the conclusions are binding and which are not binding? It seems that some are binding, namely those on rebates, and some, namely those on the rule of law, are not binding. So we can see here very clearly that we have had an attempt to minimize the participation of prime ministers. And without prime ministers, without the involvement of the European Council, we cannot amend the treaties. So we have this attempt to have another conference on the future of Europe, however, excluding the heads of governments. This institution, the European Council, has a political role, and in the conclusions we can see that they are not purely political. I took part in the previous conference on the future of Europe, and I remember from back then that when we have no strong pressure from governments, we will not achieve the desired result. And if we try to enforce a certain way of thinking, we can have a hope that it goes through the net of the institutions and ends up in the final text. This is why I believe that the struggle is about the final shape of the institutional part of the European Union, and to what extent the current structure will be changed with disregard for the voices of member states represented by heads of governments and heads of state. And we know that in the international law, since the L'état c'est moi, this was the French saying, and it is quite very much alive. We always understand a state as the person who is its head and represents the state. I believe that I have spoken for more than my share of the time, and I will take part very gladly in the second round of the discussion. Thank you very much, Professor. There will be other opportunities. Yes, indeed. You have pointed out quite rightly that we use the pretext of non-governmental organizations claiming that this means that we are consulting the citizens. But we know that the role of non-governmental organization is no longer what it used to be. They represent the powers that be, the most influential powers. And let me now ask our guest from abroad, Mr. Dietrich Mistvik, to take the floor. Professor?
Ja, guten Tag, meine Damen und Herren. Wenn ich Gelegenheit habe, hier in Warschau zu sprechen.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of speaking to you in Warsaw, so let me take this opportunity to congratulate and to thank Prime Minister Morawiecki and the government for protecting the external border of the European Union. The protection of the external border of the EU is a condition
Innengrenzen geben kann, dass es durchlässige Innengrenzen geben
kann.
Nur wenn die Außengrenzen sicher
not having internal borders within the European Union for the Schengen to survive, because if we're not able to protect the external border, the borders will have to be reintroduced within the Schengen zone. So thank you so much for protecting our borders and protecting our identity so that we are able to control migration. Right now, when we speak about protecting the external border, Poland is doing more for Europe than most of the people who speak about the European values. So thank you very much once again.
Ich möchte jetzt in meinen verfassungs- und europarechtlichen
Bemerkungen
mich auf zwei Aspekte
I wanted to speak about constitutional matters, referring to some of the topics touched upon during the earlier panel. So let me start by saying a few words about European Union becoming more and more a federation. Then I will speak about structural defects of the European Union ending with some recommendations as to what can be done. So, federation. The very notion of a federal state should be understood somewhat differently than some of the speakers during the previous panel. The way we understand a federal state in Germany and how it is also interpreted by our constitutional court, this is more than just the Commonwealth of our Bundesrepublics. So the entities that make up a federation remain have some of the sovereignty intact. So they create constitutional framework. So if we were to translate this into the structures of the European Union, we would have to accept that the member states of the European Union should be responsible for creating constitutional framework. So this is a commonwealth of states, of countries. So there is no possibility for the European Union to adopt its own constitution without the participation and the will of the member states. Such a project would not be legitimate. In order for the European Union to have any sovereignty, some of the rights and powers have to be vested upon it by the member states. We did see recently a coalition agreement of the new governing or ruling coalition in Germany, and we did see in this agreement a statement that it should be promoted. Federation should be promoted in the European Union, but that goes very much against the German constitution. The Bundesrepublik Germany became part of the European Union, and this is in accordance with our constitution. However, it would go against our constitution if Germany were to become a part of a federation, because we already are a federation, so we need to have a debate and a decision made by member states in order to introduce a European constitution. And as regards Germany, that would require for the German constitution to be amended accordingly. And in order for the German constitution to be amended, we would need a referendum in Germany. And our constitutional court said that this pertains to each and every member state. So if European Union was to integrate more closely and to become a federation, this would require referenda in all member states. And as for the structural deficits in the European Union, there I can mention so many problems, and I would never be able to enumerate them within the 8 minutes. I apologize for that, but Professor Legutko at the very beginning said something I want to subscribe to. Namely, he said something that merits a comment on my part. So, where I identify the problems and where I can propose some remedies, at least partial remedies. Remedies that would be relatively simple to carry out. So first of all, I would like to pose a question about democratic legitimacy of the institutions. Today we spoke about qualified majority, double majority system, and it has been said today that this is something that is detrimental to the principle of equality, as the smaller member states have less to say. German Constitutional Court said that if the legislative power in the EU is to have any democratic legitimacy, it has to stem out from the democratic mandate from member states. Otherwise, it would not be legitimate. So, of course, whenever we have a system of voting, some countries would always lose in the vote, and some other countries would lose out, and some countries would prevail. And if we have so many member states, the unanimity system also doesn't work. It's very difficult to have a unanimous decision in all the issues. So in some cases, we have to accept the qualified majority for some of the topics. And maybe we could resolve this problem, and details would have to be worked out, but we would resolve this problem through a Luxembourg compromise. It has already been mentioned today. We could revive the Luxembourg compromise. So if we have a majority vote and a country that loses the vote could demand for the matter to be revisited and for a new decision to be issued if the decision that has been voted goes against key interests of a given member state. So if we could apply such a mechanism, we would be able to preserve the democratic nature of this decision-making process. Many people do not know about this possibility, are not aware of it. And when it comes to the division of powers between the European institutions and the member states, our Constitutional Court said that Luxembourg Compromise is still in force. Many lawyers, however, say that it is no longer in force since the Treaty of Lisbon, and our Constitutional Court has a different view on that. And the next topic. We have seen for many years that the European Union is moving towards a more centralized, Mr. Prime Minister mentioned this, it's grabbing more and more powers. We also spoke about the actions that are ultra vires, that go beyond the legal framework. So the parliaments of member states are no longer able to shape the reality in the European Union. How is it ever possible without amending the treaties? In my opinion, it is for two reasons. The first one being something that you have already mentioned, Mr. Prime Minister. The Commission has decided to adopt an objective to grab more and more power. It's this creeping power grab, and the European Court of Justice supports the European Commission in this process. It actually never attempted to hide it, because the European Court of Justice called itself the engine for European integration. So if the European Union bases its legitimacy on the vesting of powers by the member state, it is not able to vest powers upon itself. So it is very important for constitutional courts in member states to monitor this, to supervise this, and to say no. Our Constitutional Court did this in the past, and recently the Polish Constitutional Court did the same thing. So that was one matter. And the second one, why are these competences being accumulated at the European level? It is also because we have a structural defect or deficit. A legal act in the EU, once adopted, cannot be repealed. So if we have this legal act that is adopted as part of the division of powers, cannot be repealed, and it is an irreversible process. The powers of institutions accumulate, and this cannot be remedied as long as the European Commission is the only legislator in terms of legislative initiative, because the European Commission will never have a legislative proposal that restricts its powers or takes away some of the powers it has grabbed. So all directives, all regulations should be adopted for a specific period. 10 years, for example. And once this period ends, such legislation would have to be revisited and adopted again. This is the only thing we can do in order to make this less automatic.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. You have said
Unii Europejskiej traktuje się jako silnik integracyjny. Zastanówmy się, co to za prawo, które
that the tribunal is the drive force of interventions. It does not see itself as a body that should implement the law, but execute on specific objective. I think values are of lesser importance, and you have pointed out to something else, increasing the mandate. So tying it with the statement of Professor Legutko, who said that EU institutions only have competencies that have been vested in them by the strongest states, and hence increasing their mandate stands for increasing the mandate of the strongest countries. And right now, Magdalena Bainczyk. Very briefly, because this session is nearing to an end, all those suggestions are invaluable. We've had many great ideas and great concepts for changing the European Union, and this should be done. We should also reinstate confidence in the law, because we are questioning EU legislation, and there are no other grounds, no other foundations other than international agreements for international cooperation. The concept should be revised, and we should formulate a very specific proposal. Such proposal to date has not been put on the table, contrary to suggestions that were formulated during those conferences. So I think we are here to put together all great proposals, present a very consistent and coherent proposal, which will be a counter-proposal to highly blurred concepts presented by the European Commission and the European Parliament. But this is only the beginning. Many of us can do it sitting in front of our computers, but this is only the beginning of a journey. We need to make European nations realize what are the consequences of ideas that are presented as the only viable solution for the future of Europe. And this is not subject to discussion in European states. Other speakers have aptly noted that nations do not know and are really not interested to find out, or do not know how to find information about it. So we need to make them realize that the role of the EU has changed over a long stretch of time, and it cannot be done as part of the dialogue with the European Commission, Parliament or the Council. National parliaments and member states cannot be excluded from this process. We should go down, a tier down or two down to outreach citizens of member states. Madam Grabowska has said these are member states which, in line with provisions of treaty, are drivers of legislative processes. We have two-tier democratic system in the EU, which is persistently undermined and repealed, what has been stressed by other speakers. Professor Christine mentioned the flag, the political and moral flag. Yes, what we do need is moral and political flag. A flag that can be unfurled in opposition to proposals of the European Commission and the Parliament, but we need to back it up with our efforts. I'm talking about Professor Grabowska, Professor Saganek, Morisvik, all other participants of this panel. And the flag should contain a message addressed especially to young people, because this is our target audience. So this flag has to promote ideas that bring us together, ideas that will be acceptable for today's 50-year-olds who feel accountable for Europe, and we need to keep it in mind. We need to present our ideas in a very relatable manner. Those ideas need to be rounded up in terms of law, because we already know what risks we would face if regulations or proposals are overly generic or blurred. So experts need to be involved in the process. We have to join forces. We have to make the most the skills of everyone who has contributed to today's conference: philosophers, political science experts, lawyers, social scientists, journalists. I do apologize if I missed anyone, economists. So let's create a flag and let's create good, accurate regulations. Let's present our suggestions to all European nations. Thank you. Madam Professor has abbreviated her presentation dramatically, a very altruistic act. Professor Przemysław Saganek will be the last to take the floor in this round. So you are in a privileged position. You've heard it all, and you can add and take stock of what has been said so far. Well, thank you very much. It's a major challenge to come to be the last and to speak up in the presence of such celebrated guests. But I'll do my best to keep it short. I'm not going to read out everything I've said because it doesn't make sense since this is the last address. I was listening to you, and as a lawyer, what can I say about this discussion and the previous one? If your politicians are able to negotiate it, then we lawyers are going to embrace it in the treaties. Deleting the Council, I'm not going to make a contribution. Deleting the European Parliament, no problem. At half price or free of charge. The Court of Justice with pleasure. But I think it's going to be very, very challenging to open negotiations. The Prime Minister has stressed that the right to veto we are entitled to is very difficult to exercise, and equally challenging is negotiating treaties. Very often we hear, why have you accepted the Lisbon Treaty? You know, if we try to put ourselves in the shoes of a Polish, Estonian, Latvian or Lithuanian politician who says we are going to block your reform and what you want, because we want to put you back to the 50s or 60s. I liked ideas you were advocating today. I think Europe should embrace its beginnings, and I think it's possible. We all have our dream treaties, and my dream treaties, I wouldn't go that far to liquidate the European Parliament, because to be fair, unlike Professor Mursvik, I believe that institutional solutions in the EU are not that bad. The Commission proposes, the Council decides, and the European Parliament is looking at their hands. So this is, you know, the most enjoyable part. There is also the less enjoyable part. We have the European Parliament that is co-deciding. Professor Legutko said at the beginning, in addition to proposing, the Commission is overseeing if member states are following the rule of law, so it acts as a prosecutor, also acts as a legislator, but these acts are issued by other bodies. Which is why the Council is so important, like Madam Professor said. And it's true, many things have happened, and Minister Czaputowicz is advocating a very good idea as to voting, but unless there is a shift of power, what Professor Czaputowicz is recommending would not be accepted by Germany or France. So do I see a chance? Do I see an area for future activities? Yes, there are two. Area number one, the EU should be deprived of some of its competencies, and we should redefine the role of the European Court of Justice. It's going to be challenging. And it's not that easy, especially in the Eurozone, because contemplations are multiplied. And for example, French goods can be sold in Germany and the other way round. So, for example, we can claim, yes, but it's a cartel. What about compliance with different environmental regulations? So right now, the EU is dealing with environmental issues. The free movement of goods is possible when regulations are at least harmonized, and at the end of the day, you have layer after layer of different competencies. What can we do to stop it? We can say that the Commission and the Court of Justice are dealing with issues they are not competent to do. What can we do if there is a dispute, for example, concerning courts? What should we do? Concede? And then the Commission can focus on the Constitutional Tribunal. And if we concede, they are going to find something else. They should respect EU interests. Why? Are they going to regulate later border force, perhaps special agents? So there is this insatiable appetite that we have to curb, because where does it stop? And this ties to the first issue I've mentioned. We need to clearly define competencies, but you have to keep in mind that the same Court of Justice are going to oversee those competencies, so we should show it a yellow card. Well, we also have to acknowledge that we would never be admitted to the EU without the European Court of Justice. I know that there were different initiatives, but we owe a lot to the European Court of Justice. But while deciding on Portuguese judges, the court crossed the line, and we have to ring the bell. If we talk with the wide public, and this is something that's been suggested by other speakers, about human rights, about the organization of the justice system, we should have an independent judge. We can't have an EU body which is overly loyal to the EU be tasked with resolving a dispute between Poland and the EU. Resistance pays off. Professor Moswik is another person from Germany thanking Poland for guarding the Polish border and the Schengen border as well. We hear words of praise for the Polish Constitutional Tribunal, what sounds like a heresy from the perspective of EU law. Probably 90% of European law experts would say this is a can-do thing. We shouldn't be bothered. Sometimes resistance pays off. What is best illustrated concerning relocation decisions, because no relocation decision would not be issued without the breach of law. So on this positive note, I would like to finish.
Tak, to był rzeczywiście optymistyczny akcent.
Thank you very much. Such an optimistic ending for a debate that was not so optimistic at all, because we were speaking about processes that are gaining speed and maybe trying to stop them, but it is not always possible. Mr. Prime Minister, you are in an awkward situation as you are one of the panelists, but at the same time, you are still the Prime Minister. So the question is, in this debate, what is the role for Poland and what is the proposal from Poland? That's what we would like to hear about. Would you be so kind as to try to answer this? Well, Poland has a very concrete proposal. Namely, it asks for the review of the legal architecture and specificity of the European Union from three angles. The first one being the cultural and identity-related angle. The second one is the economic angle. And the third one is political and state level. So the first one is basically the fact that we have 27 member states of the European Union, 27 different cultures with long traditions, very strong identity that has strengthened recently, such as in Poland. And we say that building one European state, the United States of Europe, is a utopia, and a dangerous one at that, and it cannot be constructed solely based on legal premises and on the extension of competencies of individual institutions. Our voice may be strong or weak, but the more we speak asking our partners to apply common sense, we will maybe make them hear that we would make European Union culturally impoverished. And if we try to pursue a project that is a utopia, we could never be successful. So hopefully we will not be calling in vain. It will not be just a voice in the wilderness. So just one more topic, the economic, financial and budgetary angle. Namely, what we could say is to use a theory of optimum currency areas. The Eurozone was created over 20 years ago, and the question is still hanging. Is it the optimum currency area? In the past, I used to specialize in this, so based on the available literature, more and more seems to point out that this Eurozone is not an optimum currency area. So here we have a clash of political will of some elites on one side with the harsh reality of the economy. So this political will maybe actually something that would put this project to an end, or even if not so, it may be an obstacle in further integration of the European Union, because regardless of what we may wish, 27 member states of the European Union are 27 very diverse
obszarów gospodarczych.
Economic zones.
Teoria można odesłać do Boba Mandela, do
So
Ronalda McKinnona, do
we
Petera
could go back to writers and academics who wrote that as long as the economic structures are not truly integrated, the capital markets, labor markets, financial markets, or the real economy is not integrated, we would not be able to integrate the economic structures unless the EU member states would agree to establish permanent economic transfers. Let us use Italy as an example. There are stable long-term financial transfers made from the northern part of the country to the southern part of the country. And so would the European Union agree for such transfers that make up for the disparities that are becoming greater rather than smaller? I mean, the current public debt in Greece is now over 200%, and in Italy we are reaching 200%, approaching 200%. In Spain, in France, the public debt is over 100%. There are different rules applied in the northern parts of the continent. So a more in-depth economic integration that would then be followed by the currency, financial, economic, investment and political integration, if it were to only be based on certain theoretical assumptions against economic processes, is a road to nowhere. And sooner or later we would have to be faced with an economic and financial crisis of dimensions that we are not even able to fathom right now. We have already heard echoes of such a way of thinking in 2007, 2008, then 2011, 2012. Then the pandemic crisis began, so we have a different economic circumstances, but we have to remember about these disparities between different states, between different economies in the EU. So regardless of the will of our
przywódców w Brukseli, w Unii
distinguished leaders in the European Union, there may be a clash as the economic structures are not really integrated. This would have its consequences for the budgets, for the economies, because you cannot cheat mathematics. And another aspect that seems to be disregarded right now is the fact that
dyskutujemy przynajmniej podczas tego panelu bardzo ciekawego. Dziękuję za głosy wszystkich szanownych
that has been mentioned during this very interesting panel, namely potential institutional, legal and state integration. In our opinion, this is a very dangerous path to take, as the attributes of a state, with the security as one of them, and Professor was very much right by saying that we have to stop somewhere on this path to extend the mandate and competences, because one thing leads to another, and we could reach an absurd level of integration, saying, okay, we want to integrate this, but then we have to make the next step, and so on and so forth. This was not the intention of the founding fathers and those who drafted the treaties. So as part of our political thinking, limited not just to our political family of the ECR, we believe things are different. Widening the scope of integration by adding other fields is very dangerous, as it interferes with social tissue, with state structures, with institutional structures, and with legislative framework. Not only did we not agree to that, this may actually lead to unrest.
W interesie utrzymania spójności Unii Europejskiej na takiej poziomie,
so in order to maintain the European Union's integration at a level that we considered positive, we need to put a stop to this increasing or widening of a mandate of European institutions. When I was at the European Parliament, when I spoke about those competencies that have been vested into the European Union, and I spoke about them being restricted to the catalogue that has already been established. So we cannot allow for this mandate to be extended, as this is a very dangerous phenomenon. I also spoke about those activities that are beyond the current law, the ultra-vires. We believe that constructing such a project is an utopia. For some people it may be very tempting intellectually, but for some it may be an objective, an aim for some intellectual circles. But I believe that this is a road to nowhere. We cannot know what will happen in 1 or 2 centuries, but right now we have to defend our order of law, democracy, rule of law, and I believe that we are in the avant-garde for this defense, moving towards this very soft structure of a European Union surrounded by these very rigid and strong structures such as Russia, China, the Muslim world around us, is a road to nowhere. It is a very difficult undertaking. We need to nurture our identity, our national identities, but also our European identity, our common cultural roots of Christianity, for example. Europe would not be possible without Christianity, without ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Our culture is based on these roots, and they should be the foundation for future solutions. So we are not against it. On the contrary, we're very much supportive of searching for the truth, for new solutions, for even experimenting in some fields, because this is important for freedom, for solidarity. We need to have the possibility to experiment, but we have to do it in the spirit of Christianity. And there we can find common language with some socialist colleagues, also socio-democratic, because sometimes they, in the 19th and 20th century, they say they have nothing to do with Christianity, but they did draw from Christianity, and together with Christian Democrats, they built a system that is more just. So, when posing these very difficult questions today, when putting a stop to the grab of power by European institutions, we are defending Europe, we are defending European Union. Sometimes we have to defend it from itself, and this is what happens right now. Right now, we have to defend European Union from European institutions, and we have to keep asking these difficult questions. We have to continue to defend the principles, the common sense. Such are the times, and we have to be looking ahead bravely while defending common sense, normal way of thinking, the normal attitudes that are put into question during many a debate on the future of Europe. So we have to go back to the beginnings while looking towards the future, not allowing to be pushed into a corner. We should not be told that we are very 19th or 20th century. No, we want to protect what's normal, what's modern. We want to defend this direction for the European Union.
Well, thank you very much for this broad statement, which gave our panelists an opportunity to very briefly refer and reflect on what's been said. Let's begin with our guest, Professor Murswijk. You have the deadline of 3 minutes.
Wir haben ja heute im ersten Panel
Well, during the first panel discussion today, we've heard statements about the vision, especially from Professor Engels. These were visions of shaping the future of the EU in a positive way, while Mr. Prime Minister is on the defensive. And I think both directions and approaches are correct. If we want to make sure we are right, that we can go ahead with our goals, we need to stop and think, what is our vision? What goals do we want to achieve? What EU do we want to achieve in the future? According to Professor Engels, I think that goes far, far beyond, and implementation of this vision can be very challenging. So perhaps it's better to defend what we have right now, defend it against attempts at expanding the European mandate, which we are currently witnessing. So we need both the vision and pragmatic defense of what we have. And constitutional law commits us to follow current regulations. It requires politicians, lawyers, and constitutionalists to follow standards in force and regulations in force. If they do so, it's going to be an advantage for Europe, for European nations, because the European Union is the community of laws. So if we follow treaties in the spirit they were accepted by European nations, it's going to benefit everyone. Okay, so right now, 5 minutes. I think I don't need 5. 2 will be enough. Professor Magdalena Bańczyk. Well, yes, negotiating is very difficult. Sometimes you get 50, 40, or even 20% of what you want, but first you need to identify the proposal at 150%. Later you have to present it, persuade not only people who are sitting in this room, but millions of Europeans to buy it and later sit at the table teamed up with good experts who are in this room, but not only here. They are also at European universities, at different European cities, to form a coalition and create a convincing and compelling vision, reflecting the spirit of solidarity, reflecting the spirit of equality. We need to keep in mind that Poland has a robust proposal to offer, but not only Poland. Other member states have very robust, forward-looking proposals for Europe, which position our continent in a very favorable position. I'm sure we'll be able to identify such proposal. I'm sure we'll be able to outreach the young generation who needs ideas, and we've said it all. Also, Professor Engels has mentioned it. We need to embrace the concept of freedom, accountability, and solidarity, which is all important in Warsaw and in Poland. Well, thank you very much. Madam Professor Grabowska. Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to comment on 3 issues. Are there limits? Because we are now surprised how far attempts at creating a federation can be undertaken. There is also an incentive, because Article 1 mentions the ever closer union, what means that this cooperation may be continued as pleased by EU officials and the Commission, which is drafting legislative proposals. So if there are no limits, if there is no self-regulation, if there is no rationalization in execution of these provisions, we can expect even more requirements, even more outrageous ideas. 27 commissioners. There are no 27 EU policies to assign to each one of them. So fictional positions are being created because commissioners need to have an area they focus on. I'm not talking about Dalia and the recent guidance of the Commissioner for Equality, but such positions are created, for example, to ban the use of such words as Christmas. And these are exuberant competencies, exuberant mandate that stems out from over... I do apologize, we need to keep it short. I'll keep it brief. Okay, so let's go back to understanding using and applying the law. The principle of equality provided under Article 2 of the European Treaty should not be only interpreted as equal treatment of individuals regardless of their gender, but equal treatment of states. And this is what we do not have, and this is all important. And the third principle I would like to reinstate is the motto of the European Union. United in diversity. I think it was written into the European Constitution. There is a lot of wisdom in that motto. Countries are different, but we can live together being different. Thank you very much. And again, Professor Saganek in a very privileged position. That's why I'll try to keep it short. So Professor Bainczyk said, and I do agree with the idea of our dream treaty. And when I was listening to the Prime Minister, I comprehended that I don't understand how the Eurozone is operating. And this is probably the key to the future treaty, or at least its major part. Because if we want to embrace old solutions, we have the European Central Bank, we have billions of euros in different strong boxes. We can't tell the Chinese and Americans, forget about you, millions of euros. No, you can't do that. Who's going to pay at the end of the day? Who is going to pay it back? On what terms and conditions? Well, if it comes to that, we would like Germans to pay in Deutschmark, or perhaps Greeks are going to pay back in drachmas. We don't know. The economic and currency union requires a whole set of additional initiatives. We can't go back to 1960s and keep the euro. You know, perhaps we can go back and add something on the top. And you know, a final note, I do realize that it's a daunting exercise to draft our dream treaty. It calls for massive collaboration. We would never be able to do that alone. We would never be able to do that without robust collaboration. But we lawyers have a faith in law. We can try to write a treaty to please the young ones, but what do young people listen to? They like Young Mata, Justin Bieber, roller skating. Please don't continue. And what are the most positive associations with European Union? Say for the Schengen zone, does it have to be written into the treaty? There are many ideas we could suggest to the European Commission. For example, free operating procedures, so provided that the suggesting state could benefit from it for half a century. So congratulations, everyone. I would like to thank the Prime Minister for finding time to join our debate, and I would like to thank the organizers, because this panel seems to be drawing to an end, and so is the conference. Thank you very much.
We have run over time. However, my closing remarks were foreseen. So let me close the conference by thanking all the participants. And I would just like to underline one thing. We have no other choice. We have been challenged.
W związku z tymi procesami takiej pełzającej, postępującej centralizacji, ale też w związku z projektami rewizji
Union. There are also plans to revise the treaties, and we need to respond, we need to react, and there is only one thing we can do. We need to create the pan-European network of conservatives. We should no longer be defined as provincial nationalists who are thinking only about their interests, not liking our neighbors, we do not like the Germans don't like the French, and vice versa. No, we have to create a public space for a conservative debate, a pan-European conservative debate, and we should work on two platforms. First of all, we need experts' knowledge, in particular lawyers, political scientists, social scientists. We will continue to build our project, supporting ourselves with values, with Article 2 and the European tradition, defining what Europe is, what it should be in terms of its institutional shape, and also thinking about its legislative framework. We need a team of people for that, and we shall build such a team, and we will continue to organize experts' meetings. And I agree with Professor Bromczyk. We have to act in the spirit of, first of all, defending the status quo, but in order to put a stop to what is happening, as Prime Minister said, we have to be not only restricting ourselves to defending, but we need to propose an offensive. We need to act on the political level as well, not just the expert lawyers, social scientists and political scientists that meet and debate. We need to remove barriers between the political parties and political organizations, and we will be doing this, going against certain stereotypes. In this sense, European integration is continuing in the positive sense of the word. Europeans are interested in what is happening on the border between Poland and Belarus. Some, until recently, had no idea where Belarus is located. We are interested in what is happening in Germany, decisions adopted by the Constitutional Court in Germany. We are interested in the presidential elections in France. So in all these countries, we have allies, we have people who are like-minded. Sometimes they differ from us in many different issues, but they are willing to defend the right of the European nations to live in democratic states and to cooperate and work together based on the will of the peoples. So this is not just an intellectual effort, but also a European friendship that we should continue to build. Thank you.